بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore ci lu doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana.
Good morning, excellencies, distinguished participants. May we all kindly take our seats. IT, thank you so much. We apologize for the delay. We're waiting for one of our speakers. Good morning, excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants, and welcome to the second edition of the Joint Special Mechanisms Forum of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So this is an event within the main event. A wise son of the soil of this African continent once said, "Human rights are the foundation of human existence and coexistence. They are universal, indivisible, and interdependent, and they lie at the heart of the strive for peace, development, and human dignity." He also said, "We will not enjoy development without security. We will not enjoy security without development. And we will not enjoy either without respect for human rights." These profound words by Kofi Annan encapsulate the essence of our gathering here today. These words remind us that the pursuit of sustainable development in Africa is inseparable from the realization of human rights, and that peace, prosperity, and security are built on the bedrock of dignity for all. This linkage is not merely philosophical. It is enshrined in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and championed on an ongoing, almost daily basis by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which, through its charter, provides a normative and as well through its work an institutional framework for integrating human rights into Africa's development agenda. As the various works, including the jurisprudence and soft law instruments by the Commission and the African Charter demonstrate, a rights-based, people-centered approach is essential to ensure that no one is left behind, especially the most vulnerable amongst us. And this is demonstrated among all by the most recent resolution adopted by the Commission on the preparation of general comment on the right to development in June 2024. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants, and champions of human dignity in your respective capacities, I warmly welcome you to this forum, which is being convened under the theme Human Rights as an Imperative for People-Centered Sustainable Development in Africa. This high-level forum focuses on the intricate linkage between human rights and sustainable development. I welcome you to this high-level forum, and today we will have the privilege to hear from distinguished commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, member states, as well as leading experts from African Union bodies, United Nations agencies, civil society, and the academia. Together, they will help us to interrogate and illuminate the complex, urgent, and promising relationship between human rights and sustainable development in Africa. With that, let me now fully step into my role as the MC, and I will be assisted by my colleague, Madame Estelle Nkonko. I would like to introduce our esteemed speakers who are far better than I am to provide the insights that we seek. We will begin with a short opening session where we will receive 3 statements, followed by 2 key presentations that will provide an analytical overview as well as data on the status of rights-based development on the continent, before we then go into the substantive thematic sessions that will interrogate the linkages between various thematic human rights issues and development. Now, please allow me to invite to the podium our very first speaker for the opening, the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioner Remy Ngoy-Lumbu, to deliver his opening remarks for this forum. You're welcome, Chair.
I would like to welcome you all to this second joint forum of the special mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Your Excellency, Mr. Bankole, here represented, Madam Ambassador Rashid Saina, the representative of Mr. Rashid Saidana, representative of the Tunisian Republic, distinguished delegates of member states of the African Union, Honorable Madam Vice Chair, and Honorable Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished representatives of organs of the African Union, Your Excellency, representatives of international and intergovernmental organizations, representatives of national human rights institutions, representatives of non-governmental organizations, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. On behalf of all the commissioners and on my personal behalf, once more I'd like to welcome you all to Banjul, to the second joint forum of special mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Permit me to thank very warmly once more the government and people of the Republic of Gambia for their exceptional hospitality and their commitment to host the meetings of the Commission year after year for over 40 years. I would also like to thank all those present here for their daily work in the achievement of the vision enshrined in the African Charter of an Africa founded on dignity, justice, and human and people's rights. In 2024, we organized the first joint forum of special mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This forum made it possible for us to have shared understanding of the progress, challenges, and tools which constitute the promotion and protection of the African human rights system. During my address at that occasion last year, I underscored the innovating nature of this approach, which considers consultation, collaboration, and coordination with stakeholders as strategic steps which are important to promote a holistic and integrated vision of human rights and to respond to the complex challenges which our continent is facing on a daily basis. Meeting under the same theme, all the special mechanisms of the Commission, as well as the stakeholders committed in the promotion and protection of human rights on our continent, constituted an initiative, an unprecedented initiative under interdependence and cross-cutting issues related to human rights. This being so, ladies and gentlemen, by summoning this second forum, the Commission hopes to go further to deal with the daily concerns of the populations and to find the ways and means of indicating the way to development. That is why our meeting of today, 5th and 6th of May, is under the theme Human Rights, an Imperative for Sustainable Development based on the population in Africa. This theme is at the same time current and an important theme. It calls on us to reflect and to act on the fundamental link between human dignity, social justice, and economic progress in an African context which is still marked by challenges of exclusion, inequalities, injustices, and a historical perspective. For a long time, development was reduced to economic development, industrialization, or the improvement of macroeconomic indicators. In that conception, human beings were quite often considered as means, tools, figures, as stakeholders who are not really central and not even the initial beneficiaries of the progress made. This approach led to projects which, though they stimulated some sectors, they continued to deepen the inequalities, contributed also to the destruction of ecosystems and the weakening of social cohesion amongst our states. So, the protection of human rights is not an obstacle to development, but the basis and the finality. With the continental free trade area, I fear that we may once again be perpetuating the errors of the past. And this is an ultimate conviction. I don't think that the human rights perspective is fully taken into consideration in this area. In this context, I would like to remind you that the cost of development, which is not centered on human rights, will lead to a disparity in living together. It will affect living together. And so there's a need for a development model which will be centered on human beings, and everything will be centered on human beings and nothing against human beings. I would like to express satisfaction with the fact that this forum is tied to the 2025 AU Forum relating to justice and reparation for people of African descent. And this context requires us to continue to reflect in-depthly on our historical and structural background, which is characterized by inequalities, and our action should be inscribed on justice, memory, and transformation. The role of special mechanisms of the Commission is therefore fundamental, and this theme requires our collective responsibility to translate the rights enshrined in the African Charter into coherent and relevant and complete commitment, and we should be able to transform it into practice. Dear participants, Your Excellencies, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights enshrines the rights of people to development, and we talked very little about this, but we have decided to give it the pride of place. And this should be underscored in the African Commission as an integral right, which includes economic, social, and cultural dimensions, as well as environmental and political context. It should be recalled that the African Charter was the first international treaty to explicitly deal with the right to development, and that should not be forgotten. So even if Africa is underdeveloped, it is a champion in this area because it is the first continent to have given this right in a treaty. But the development which we want for Africa cannot be sustainable or peaceful or people-centered if it is characterized by marginalization or silence towards the needs of the people, and at times even spoilage of the resources of the people, looting by civilized countries. There are many people represented here whose resources no longer belong to them if it has not been sold or confiscated through wars which have been imposed on them. We want to build a model of governance, as I've said, which will be people-centered in terms of policies, and where local communities will be taken on board. The rights of generations present should be taken into consideration without compromising the rights of future generations. It is an Africa where we see people sign extraction contracts in the extractive industry, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, even 80 years, without thinking of future generations who will have to inherit this system, but they will end up inheriting systems which are completely dilapidated. In spite of these contracts, we believe that these contracts are often the same. I'm well placed, and my colleagues know, they can certify that by putting people under public policies, respect of these people, there's also the need to respect their rights and the rights of future generations. All of this is what we call values and traditions of Africa, for which the founding fathers of the Organization of African Unity and the African Union worked on, values which we of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights have a categorical duty to respect and to perpetuate the values. Development in Africa will not be inclusive nor just if it is not built around the values of human rights, if it is not built around human rights, if it does not aim at opening up the potentials of each individual. It is within this context, and on behalf of all my colleagues, that I would like to thank very sincerely our Secretariat, led by Madame Abiola Idu Ojo, for the organization of this 2 days on reflection on this development. And I believe that each of you is a stakeholder, that is, states, the National Human Rights Commissions, civil society organizations, as well as invitees. For these 2 days, you'll have a legitimate reason for discussions, reflection on national legislations, on national practices, so that together, when we end these 2 days, we would know that a development which is not human-centered but on the community is only for the benefit of foreigners. Thank you.
We wish to welcome to the podium this morning His Excellency Ambassador Rashid Saidana, representing the Republic of Tunisia. Vous avez la parole, Votre Excellence.
Your Excellency, President of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the member states, representatives of the national institutions for human rights, civil society, with all protocol observed. It is a pleasure for me to participate with you in this meeting. And on this occasion, I'd like to deliver a statement containing the major elements from the Tunisian side in supporting human rights as an element for the development. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the invitation extended to Tunisia to participate in this forum. And I would like to thank all participants, including representatives of the states, mechanisms, institutions, and civil society. It's an opportunity to exchange expertise in the area of human rights. We highly appreciate the choice of the African Commission for choosing this subject, which is focusing on human beings in Africa. It is a time that the world and our continent are facing great challenges at different levels, particularly the economic challenges, social and environmental. In Tunisia, we would like to affirm that human rights is a basic stone for all our activities, and we are encouraging all the aspects that's related to the rights of development, which are inseparable. The freedom of people is not limited to what they enjoy in expression and recognition of their opinions. Without food, without education, and without affordable accommodation, no one can feel free. In our experience in Tunisia, we found that the democratic path cannot be separated from the human rights, and they requires to make a real change in the lives of our people. We are focusing on the social and economic rights, and our government is taking measures to establish a fair economic and rule-based state that is governed by the rule of law. Since 25 July 2021, Tunisia embarked on a reform in its government, and that has been consolidated by the referendum conducted in 2022, which followed the adoption of the new constitution that has consolidated the alignment of Tunis with all the aspirations of Africa. And our new constitution contains a bundle of rights, including the rights of women, people with disability, sanctity of life, and also abolishing the humiliation of human beings, freedom of movement, and justice. The Constitution of Tunisia also recognizes that all rights of humans is a real element in the development, and there is no development or prosperity without equality and freedom. Tunisia is also working hard in integrating these human rights in its developmental programs through 4 elements that are: 1, strengthening the good governance accountability. Secondly, remove the differences between the people. And thirdly, supporting women, elderly, people with disability, and youth. And fourth, to embark on efforts to mitigate the environmental and climate changes. With these policies, Tunisia is aiming at building an equitable society that is providing the basic needs of people and respects human rights, including the rights in education, rights to work, rights to accommodation, social security, and other rights that are improving the lives of the citizens. Tunisia is also striving to realize the social justice and reduce the imbalances in the society, as well as consolidating the participation of citizens in the decision making. Tunisia is also working in developing the policies that provide the equitable environments for enjoyment of the human rights and policies. Tunisia is also working hard to respond to its obligations in providing quality education, enable the society to respond to the emergencies, as well as supporting all the weaker strata in the society, and work very hard to integrate those who are lagging behind. This economic and social integration is carried out by many organizations working in this field. And the support of women and child and the right to work is also one of our priorities. And this is one of this is the goal number 8 in the in our strategy. Our government also went in consolidating our legal system, as well as working hard in training and providing training and empowering of all the people working in this field, including women, people with disability, and issuing a number of legislations that are pushing on this side. There is a law that has been enacted support the employment of people with disability. And there is another law about the integration, economic integration of people, and another law that is recognizing and organizing the workers and household workers. Another law that has been enacted in providing the social security to the different groups in the society, and also to improve the standard of living of the Tunisians, and to support the different groups in the society for integration and establish institutions that will enable them to embark on their own works and professional development. A new fund has been established to provide support to the people who are working on private sector, and also to support those who were laid off of their jobs. Another area is supporting the or the illegal immigrants who found themselves in the territory of Tunisia by embarking on programs to organize these people and make them enjoy their rights to life, and to establish a partnership with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to provide shelter and basic support for the illegal immigrants. Another area is to provide psychological support to these people until the risk is over for them. And another side, Tunisia is also working in combating human trafficking, providing the required support to the agencies working in this area, and provide the shelter, shelter for the victims. Tunisia wants to reiterate today that it is respecting human rights and working for consolidating the enjoyment of these rights, and also support, reaffirm that it is supporting all international and regional efforts for improving the enjoyment of human rights, taking into account the current environmental and political changes in the world. Tunisia joined the Social Justice Alliance, which started last year, aiming in Geneva 2024. Tunisia believes that these international initiatives aiming at strengthening the endeavors for social support to the weaker group in the society is an integral part of its goals. Tunisia also proposing that Africa has to think of celebrating a special theme of year for the social integration, and we support the efforts exerted by other countries in this area, aiming at strengthening the social justice and its role in maintaining peace. Our people in Africa really deserve better environment for living, and Tunisia works very hard to make its development based on respecting of human rights and human integrity on its territory, and this requires us as governments and national institutions to coordinate our efforts in order to face these challenges and taking into account our own reality, our own needs, and nothing is to be left for external pressure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for bringing us the message from the Republic of Tunisia. Finally, for the opening session, we will have the pre-recorded statement by Commissioner Bankole Adeoye, the Commissioner for Political Affairs and Peace and Security of the African Union Commission, and a passionate champion of economic, social, and cultural rights and the right to development in Africa. IT, kindly play the statement. Thank you.
Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished commissioners, the Executive Secretary of the Commission, on behalf of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, I, as Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, feel very pleased and delighted to engage with you online today. The theme you have chosen is at the heart of the economic, social, and cultural rights. It is very important because it speaks directly to the rights-based approach of the implementation of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The Africa we want is premised, in our view, on the right to development. A right guaranteed by the United Nations, a globally acknowledged right. Therefore, for Africa, we must continue to invest in the promotion, the defense, the safeguard, and the protection of this particular right. This right is also an elongation, in our view, of the extension of promoting the right that is all-encompassing in the political and civil rights. These generations of rights must complement each other and continue to impact on areas that are germane to the aspirations of the new Africa we are building. The right to education, the right to peace, the right to peaceful living, the right to good health, access to good health, the right to live in more safe places. Of course, all these rights find resonance in the right to development. It's an overarching right. And thus, we want to urge your commission, as you deliberate in this ordinary session, to continue to promote greater elaboration of this right. We must take this right to the subnational level. We must have it in the minds of our youth, of our governments, of the civil society, of our intergovernmental process, so that multilateral organizations, continental organizations like the African Union can further invest in the right to development. The more we invest in the right to development, the more we see the value of the nexus between peace, security, good governance, and sustainable development. This is the overarching right that we must all rally behind, and its rollout must speak to what we're doing in our African Union strategy, whether it's the second decade of the implementation of Agenda 2063, the first 10-year implementation plan, or the strategy that was adopted by the Executive Council on human rights implementation. We have to invest together in the right to development. It will be advantageous to the women, to the youth, and to the elderly, given its emphasis on all social services. Its emphasis also on social justice built on access to development projects. I'm pleased to emphasize that the African Union Commission, in our Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, we have raised the bar when it comes to the right to development. The right to development also speaks to post-conflict situations where countries that have gone into conflict are trying to not only sustain the peace, but build the reconstruction together with the larger society for the benefit of all citizens. It is for us a right that cannot be ignored. It's a flagship right that we must promote, and we urge your commission to dig deeper along with all your stakeholders, state parties, for this right to become better known and complement the well-known rights in the political and civil rights. We believe the intersection between the political and civil rights and the economic, social, and cultural rights will be to the benefit of our population. Africa must march on to make a difference in promoting the right to development. Let me take this opportunity to wish you very successful deliberations. Unfortunately, I could not join you because of previous commitments, but I want to assure you that the Commission, under the leadership of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, will continue to work with the Commission for the betterment of the implementation and the results that will come out of Agenda 2063. I thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Our appreciation to Commissioner Bankole Adeoye for his statement to the second edition of the Joint Special Mechanisms Forum of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Moving on to the substantive session of the forum, we will have an overview session to provide some overviews on the subject and help us to set the scene for the various thematic sessions to come and the conversation that we will be having. We will listen to a keynote presentation from Professor Oladejo Justus Olowu, and we will also have the presentation of data related to human rights indicators on the right to development by Afrobarometer, represented by Mr. Nyasha Mpani. The first speaker, Professor Oladejo Olowu, is a distinguished scholar of public law and legal philosophy at Walter Sisulu University in South Africa, with a rich academic career spanning Africa, Europe, Oceania, and the US. He has authored numerous scholarly works on international human rights, constitutionalism, and governance, with notable publications on human development and challenges in Africa, and an integrative rights-based approach to human development in Africa. He has held significant roles, including Dean at the American University of Nigeria, advisor to the South African Law Reform Commission, and expert contributor to the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. His research excellence has been recognized by South Africa's National Research Foundation and international academic bodies. Joining us online, please join me in welcoming Professor Olowu to deliver the keynote presentation. You have the floor, Professor Olowu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Am I audible enough? Am I on? Good afternoon. Right? Can I get a signal that I'm audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor Olowu. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, honorable jurists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this vital intersection of human rights and sustainable development. In Africa's journey towards prosperity, our ground norm, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, clarifies that development cannot be separated from human dignity. Article 22 of the Charter explicitly guarantees that all peoples shall have the right to their economic, social, and cultural development, while Article 24 enshrines a general satisfactory environment favorable to people's development. As the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has emphasized, these provisions are not abstract ideals, but legal imperatives. In 2024, the Commission declared that inclusive and sustainable development will only be achieved through the full enjoyment of all human rights, reaffirming that the well-being of our people is inseparable from respect from their rights. Africa's development blueprint reinforces this linkage. The African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, is explicitly framed as the blueprint and master plan for transforming Africa into a continent of inclusive and sustainable development. Agenda 2063, along with the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, call on us to make human rights the foundation of growth. As Commissioner Mwadenga of the African Commission Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights recently noted, the Commission insists that its recommendations, quote, be anchored in the UN 2030 Agenda and the African Union's 2063 Agenda for Sustainable Development, end of quote. In short, legal frameworks and vision documents from the African Charter and its protocols to the Agenda 2063 vision all recognize that development divorced from rights is hollow. We cannot talk about infrastructure and investments without ensuring education, health, gender equality, and social justice for all Africans. The Banjul Charter, adopted in 1981, is our continent's primary human rights treaty. Unlike many other international human rights instruments, this document explicitly embraces collective and socioeconomic rights on equal footing. For example, Article 21 states that all peoples shall freely dispose of their wealth and natural resources. In no case shall a people be deprived of it. This means that local communities and nations have a sovereign right to manage their own capital resources, minerals, land, water, and other natural resources, and to benefit from them. In practical terms, it links natural resource governance to the well-being of African peoples. Equally important is Article 22, which says all peoples shall have the right to their economic, social, and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity. This groundbreaking provision treats development itself as a right. It obliges states to pursue policies that improve literacy, nutrition, housing, and equitable economic growth. The Charter thus transforms high-sounding development goals into enforceable claims for the people. Article 24 complements these provisions by recognizing that all peoples shall have the right to a general satisfactory environment favorable to their development. Clean air, water, and a safe climate are not luxuries, but human rights under the Charter, because they are favorable to development. In short, the Charter legally binds governments to pursue inclusive, equitable, and environmentally sound growth. Beyond the Charter, other African instruments reinforce the rights and development nexus. The Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women explicitly guarantees women's rights to health, land, and resources. These are critical development enablers. The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child mandates child-friendly development, including nutrition, education, and protection from exploitation. Several AU policy frameworks likewise stress human rights. Agenda 2063 enshrines democratic values, gender equality, and respect for human rights as a core aspiration. And the African Union's Charter on the Rights of the Environment, adopted in 2023, will soon add binding force to environmental rights across the continent. In short, our region's treaties, charters, and strategies form an interconnected architecture. Every legal building block affirms that sustainable development and human rights work hand in hand. Accordingly, African governments must integrate human rights into their development plan. The African Commission's own state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of 2021 instruct countries to describe the legal framework for sustainable development as it relates to natural resources, and to show how it treats human rights as a prerequisite for sustainability. In practical terms, governments should ensure that land laws, mining policies, and environmental regulations respect the rights under these instruments. They are to report on how development projects involve local communities and share benefits equitably. These guidelines embody the idea that human rights are not afterthoughts, but central to planning Africa's future. The African Commission, its mandate and historical role. Established in 1986, the African Commission is the Charter's guardian. It is mandated under Article 45 to promote and protect human and people's rights across this continent. Though the Commission has no enforcement powers like a court, it carries immense moral and legal weight. Through its special mechanisms, guidelines, and decisions on communications, the Commission interprets the Charter and urges states to comply. Historically, the Commission has set essential precedents in linking rights and development. In SERAC and another against Nigeria, more often but incorrectly called the Ogene case. The Commission confronted oil exploitation in Nigeria's Niger Delta. In that instance, 50,000 Ogoni people suffered pollution, loss of farmland, and health crisis. In its landmark decision, the Commission held that Nigeria had breached its obligations to protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of the Ogoni people. Importantly, it applied Articles 21 and 24 to condemn corporate pollution and forced dispossession of resources. In its own words, the Commission found that the state's actions violated, quote, a wide range of rights and established principles that will resonate as precedent, end of quote, for future cases. The Senate case thus made clear environmental degradation and resource seizure are not just economic issues, but human rights violations that undermine people's development. Another milestone was NOA's Community Against Killing. The NOAs are indigenous pastoralist people evicted from ancestral land around Lake Bogoria to make way for a game reserve. After years of legal struggle, the African Commission found that Kenya had violated Article 21 and Article 22 of the Charter. The Commission noted that the NOS were unable to access the vital resources in the Lake Bogoria region, denied unhindered access to the land and its natural resources, and that their economic and cultural development had been undermined. It ordered Kenya to restore NOA's access to land and resources and to provide compensation. This decision vividly illustrates how the African Commission has enforced the Charter's linkage between land rights, culture, and development. Over the decades, the African Commission has also helped to build Africa's normative framework for development. It has adopted soft law instruments like the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, and the Model Law on Access to Information for Africa. This encourages transparency and public participation, which are essential for sustainable development and are often reference development goals in themselves. The Commission's working group on economic, social, and cultural life, on indigenous populations, and so on, have researched and raised awareness on issues from land reform to extractive industries. In brief, the African Commission has long acted as an engine for interpreting African human rights norms in the context of development challenges, recent Commission initiatives, and case studies. In recent years, the African Commission has deepened its focus on development-related issues, producing resolutions and reports that directly tie rights to sustainable development goals. In 2016, for example, the Commission adopted a resolution on climate change and human rights in Africa. This resolution explicitly recalls Articles 22 and 24 and urges states to strengthen climate action so that the human rights of Africans are safeguarded to the greatest possible extent. It calls on government to protect vulnerable groups, children, women, persons living with disabilities, indigenous communities, through special measures as climate impacts intensify across the continent. This shows that the Commission, applying a rights lens to the climate crisis, recognizing that temperatures and disasters threaten fundamental human rights and future development. More recently, at its 2024 session, the African Commission adopted landmark measures. In that year, November, it issued Resolution 620 on promoting and harnessing data access for advancing human rights and sustainable development in the digital age. In that text, the Commission highlighted the transformative potential of data to inform evidence-based policies, enhance public participation, and promote innovation that contribute to the sustainable development goals. In other words, the Commission recognizes that equitable access to information and data is a pillar of sustainable development in today's digital era. By calling for ethical, inclusive data practices, the African Commission ensures that technological change advances human rights and leaves no one behind. Even more ambitiously, in June 2024, the African Commission adopted Resolution 586 to prepare a general comment on the right to development in Africa. This resolution reaffirms Articles 22 and 24 of the Charter, explicitly frames development as an inalienable human right. It recalls the AU and the UN development goals and highlights that inclusive and sustainable development requires full enjoyment of all human rights. The Commission is thus moving to clarify how the Charter's right to development should be realized. A clear invitation for all African states to design policies that guarantee education, health, food security, and participatory governance for all. Along these resolutions, the African Commission has issued practical guidance. In 2021, it published state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24. These guidelines urge governments to report on how extractive industries and land policies relate to human rights and sustainability. They specifically instruct states to include information on the legal framework for sustainable development as it relates to natural resources and the extent to which it makes the realization of human rights a prerequisite for sustainability. In effect, the Commission is pressing government to integrate rights into their resource strategies and to be transparent about it. Through its decisions and soft law measures, the African Commission has continued to protect vulnerable communities in development contexts. For instance, in various communications, the African Commission has addressed mass evictions, land grab, unfair mining concessions, and slum clearances, always grounding its analysis in charter rights. While time does not permit us to detail every case, the pattern is clear. When states or corporations undermine local communities in the name of development, the Commission reminds them that such development must proceed with the people, not over them. Cross-cutting issues and challenges. The African Commission's work cuts across many intersecting issues: climate change, environmental protection, gender equality, technology and governance are all on the Commission's radar as they affect the development agenda for Africa. For example, the 2016 climate resolution that I mentioned earlier explicitly links climate action to human rights obligations. It urges states to ensure international support, finance, technology transfer, and so on, so that African countries can adapt and continue developing without sacrificing human rights. In doing so, the African Commission highlights how international cooperation is indeed needed to fulfill Africa's development goals. Gender is another cross-cutting concern. The Commission's Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights has repeatedly stressed that women's empowerment is essential for sustainable development. In a 2023 report, the Special Rapporteur noted that existing gender equality standards must inform sustainable development and environmental, legal, and policy frameworks. In other words, women's rights obligations should guide private policies and development plans, from land reform to clean energy to ensure women benefit equally. The African Commission also marks International Women's Day with statements linking technology and gender equality, noting that digital access and safety are vital for women's development. All of this underscores that gender justice is not a niche issue. It's not just a nice mantra. It permeates economic and environmental rights, and the Commission actively backing makes it so. Indigenous peoples and traditional communities are another focus. Cases like Endorois show how the loss of land and resources stunts development for all people. The Commission's working group on indigenous populations and communities has documented how mining, dams, and infrastructural projects often bypass indigenous consent, violating Article 21. Their reports urge states to uphold free, prior, and informed consent and to share natural resource revenues. Indeed, even in the Endorois case, the Commission quoted an expert finding: dispossession of land and natural resources is a major human rights problem for indigenous peoples, and highlighted that losing fundamental natural resources is a serious violation of the African Charter. The African Commission continues to sound the alarm when development projects threaten the survival and culture of African tribes. Technology and information rights are rising issues for the Commission. Resolution 620 of 2024, which I cited earlier, recognizing that data, access, and digital governance directly impact development and human rights. The Commission has also developed a declaration of principles on freedom of expression and access to information, calling on states to enact robust laws concerning freedom of information. This connects to sustainable development by empowering citizens to monitor public spending and environmental permissions. One Commission analyst noted that national human rights institutions can now speak on digital agenda committees and ensure that rights-based data informs SDG reporting. The message is clear now. Open data, transparency, and technological inclusion are not tangential. They are not esoteric. They are integral in the framework of the African Commission, building for the right-based digital transformation. Furthermore, business and economic actors are on the Commission's radar. Although the African Commission does not regulate corporations, it has increasingly called on states to hold businesses accountable for rights impacts. In the recent session, for example, panelists urged African governments to include strong human rights protection in investment and trade policies and to peer-review private sector projects. The Commission's working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights has documented how mega projects can fuel conflict and undermine livelihood, if not managed, with people's rights at the center. Therefore, the African Commission promotes the idea that corporate peer-driven development must be checked by human rights safeguards, from labor rights to environmental impact assessment. In all these cross-cutting domains, the challenge remains to implement, to translate African Commission pronouncements into concrete action.
Prof, if you can wrap up, please. If you can wrap up, please, Prof. Thank you. Sorry, because of time.
In conclusion, a rights-based path forward. Distinguished friends, ladies and gentlemen, the case that made here is open. Human rights and sustainable development reinforce each other. The Banjul Charter, the Agenda 2063, all mandate our development must be human-centered, inclusive, and environmentally sound. The African Commission has given us tools, principles, and precedents that will make the vision real. Here is my final word to this session. As we progress, engineering human rights and sustainable development in Africa calls for a coordinated effort. States must align their development policies with human rights obligations and report honestly on progress and challenges. Civil society and national human rights institutions must bridge accountability gaps and ensure data on SDG progress is disaggregated by rights criteria. Businesses must respect human dignity and communities in their investments. And development financiers should heed the African Commission's guidance, the resolutions, and the frameworks. Above all, let us all heed the Commission's recurrent pronouncement that development goals cannot be met without respect for the whole spectrum of human rights. While the tone of the African Commission might have been diplomatic up to this point, I wish to assert that without accountability, our expectations for sustainable development or any development at all in Africa would be mere wishful thinking. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much for your comprehensive overview of the work of the Commission on the rights-based approach to development in Africa. And thank you for joining us on such a short notice. We are really grateful that you were able to join us to give this overview. Finally, for this overview session, we will for 10 minutes listen to Mr. Yashampani representing Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer is a Pan-African non-partisan survey research network that conducts public attitude surveys on democracy, governance, the economy, and society, and has therefore developed extensive data on several human rights indicators relevant to people-centered development. Afrobarometer provides reliable and timely data on the views of ordinary Africans to inform development and policy decision-making. Carrying out face-to-face interviews with nationally representative samples, then analyzing the data and disseminating the findings, Afrobarometer helps to give citizens on the continent a voice in policy decisions that affect their lives, helping to make public opinion a key pillar of African democracy. They will be sharing with us this morning concrete data on several human rights indicators relevant to people-centered development to inform the conversation that we will be having from a data and evidence-driven perspective. Now, I wish to welcome Mr. Yashampani to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates. It is a great honor to address this August session on the African Commission and Human and People's Rights. Allow me at the onset to commend the Commission for its continued efforts to promote and protect human and people's rights across our continent. Due to the limited time allocated for this session, I will only focus my presentation on 3 critical sustainable development goals. That is Sustainable Development Goal number 1 on no poverty, Sustainable Goal number 3 on good health and well-being, and Sustainable Goal number 4, which is on quality education. Thank you. Right, which is on quality education. These goals, I think we selected them not only because of their centrality to the SDG agenda, but also because they are core indicators of dignity, equality, and justice. They are values that are essential to both sustainable development and the human rights framework. So by presenting the key data on these 3 areas, we aim to give a clear picture of where we stand as a continent in meeting the development needs of our people. This data is not just for information, it should help us guide our conversations and decisions. And it reminds us that sustainable development must be people-centered, and that centering human rights is not optional, but imperative. So we're going to first look at the citizens' experience with poverty. And the first slide that I have, we have got most important problems which citizens on the continent are alluding to. And when you look at this slide, it reflects the issues that African citizens themselves identify as the most pressing problems in their countries. And these are not abstract development challenges, they are daily struggles rooted in unfulfilled basic rights. The right to food, health, education, employment, and physical security, as you are seeing on the slide. So when citizens name poverty, unemployment, inadequate healthcare, education, and corruption as their top concerns, they are signaling the failure of states to meet their obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. Then we go on to the next slide. Okay, cool. Here we come. Okay.
Yes, now it's good.
But I can't see here. Okay, cool. Yeah, then when we go on that slide, we do ask questions in terms of whether or not, how often citizens are going without basic necessities. And on the basic necessities, we have cash income, medical care, food, clean water, cooking fuel. And we see from the data that majority of citizens, 81% of them, they are going out without cash income. Medicine or medical care is on 66%. And in terms of sufficient food, 59% of citizens on the continent, they are saying they are going without food. And then 57%, they say they are going more often without clean water. And 51%, they say they are going more often without fuel. Then when you look at severe lived poverty over time in various countries, the slide that you are seeing indicates that the rates of severe lived poverty or the experience of going without basic necessities on a frequent basis have also risen to a new high, affecting 24% of citizens across the continent. When you also look at the declining severe lived poverties in the 5 countries, which is Togo, Gabon, Liberia, Burkina Faso, and Morocco, our data indicates that lived poverty varies widely across the continent in extent, intensity, and trajectory. For example, over the past decade, several material deprivation has fallen in countries like Liberia, Burkina Faso, Togo, Gabon, and Morocco. Then when you look at increasing severe lived poverty in 5 countries, which is Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Mali, Libya, and South Africa, our data shows that there is increasingly a sharp increase in severe lived poverty in these countries. Then when you look at health, health is also one of the most important problems which citizens on the continent are indicating that they would want their governments to attend to. In Gambia, 52%, in Zambia, 48%. They are also mentioning health as a top priority, followed by Mozambique on 46% and Angola on 44%. In contrast, only 6% of citizens mention health as the most important problems in countries such as Liberia and Sudan. And then, when it comes to going out without health care by demographic, our data shows that when you're trying to track the extent to which Africans receive the health care they need, Afrobarometer asked respondents how often, if ever, they or their family members went without medicines or medical treatment during the previous year. And on average, across 39 countries, 2/3, 66% of respondents say they lacked medical care at least once. These numbers, they rise to more than 7 out of 10 for rural residents, which is 72%, and those employed in the agricultural sector, 75%. Then when we look at countries in terms of going without health care, 1 in 4 households, which is 25%, they indicate that they are going without medical care, and it is a frequent problem occurring many times or always during the preceding year. This problem is most acute in countries such as Zambia, where 46% of citizens indicate they've gone out without health care, Brazzaville 45%, Gambia 45%. However, in contrast, frequent shortages of medical care affected fewer than 1 in 10 citizens in countries such as Mauritius, where it's standing on 1%, then your Seychelles 6%, Ghana 8%, and Morocco sitting at 9%. But on average, across the 31 countries, when it comes to health, for which we have data on, the experience of going without needed medical care at least once during the preceding year has become more common, showing an increase of 10 percentage points. The situation is worsened in 26 of the 31 countries, and improvement by more than 3 percentage points, and these are Tanzania and Lesotho. Lastly, we look at education, which is also one of the key pillars of SDGs. And then we try to look at educational attainment. Our surveys, the findings confirm that on average, young Africans have more education than their elders. Across 39 countries, about 2/3, which is 65% of respondents aged 18 and 35, had at least some secondary education, compared to 52% and 44% and 35% of the progressively older cohort. 1 in 8 young adults, 13%, report having no formal education. Fewer than half as many as among those above the age of 55, it's only sitting on 30%. And then when you then break it down according to different demographics, you would then find that education now attainment varies significantly by respondents. Demographic characteristics, you look at women, they are less likely than men to have secondary or post-secondary education, 51% versus 59%, and more likely to lack formal education altogether, 20% versus 16%. And then the poorest respondents are more than 3 times likely the best off to lack formal schooling, which is 25% versus 7%, and less than 1/3 are likely to have post-secondary qualification. The same pattern also holds true when we try to compare rural versus urban residents, where it's 27% versus 9% lacking formal schooling, and 9% versus 28% having post-secondary education. These are also the gender gaps in educational attainment. Women's 4 percentage point disadvantage on average when it comes to having at least some level of formal education includes significant variation by country, including double-digit gaps in countries such as Guinea, Benin, and Togo. Lesotho is the only surveyed country, as you can see, where the gap favors women by 9 percentage points, while 13 countries record gaps of less than 3 percentage points. Then when you ask the question out of school children in terms of how frequently do you think the following things are occurring in your community or neighborhood? Children who should be in school are not in school. We strongly feel that inclusive and quality education cannot be achieved if many children are not attending school. On average, across 39 countries, almost half, 48% of adults, they say school-age children who are not in school are somewhat frequent or very frequent problem in their country. That chart, I think you can be able to see how your country is faring when it comes to this. The perception of out-of-school children as a widespread issue is the majority view in 17 countries, reaching as high as 83% in Liberia and 71% in Angola. Only 6 countries record fewer than 1/3 of citizens who share this view, led by Mauritius on 22% and Tanzania sitting on 26%. In terms of access to education, generally requires access to school. We ask them, is there a school nearby? And on average, across 39 countries, Afrobarometer enumerators, they found that 83% of the enumeration areas they visited had at least one public or private school within easy walking distance. No nearby schools were found in 20% of rural zones and 12% of urban zones. In 29 of the surveyed countries, rural countries were more likely than cities to lack a nearby school, with rural disadvantages of up to 53 percentage points in Botswana and 47% points in Angola. Education is also a priority problem. Countries vary widely in how they rank education among their most urgent problems which they would want their government to address. It is most frequently cited as a key concern in Liberia and also in Mauritania, and then in Uganda, in places third in Gabon, Sudan, Eswatini. In contrast, only 4% of Mauritanians and Botswana cite education as a top concern, placing it far down on their list of priorities for government action. In conclusion, our data is the Afrobarometer, which we have presented today. It paints a sobering yet clarifying picture. While some progress is visible, millions of Africans continue to live without access to basic necessities like food, healthcare, education, and clean water, which are core components of sustainable development and fundamental human rights. Severe lived poverty remains a persistent reality in too many countries, and access to critical services is often determined by geography, gender, and income. These findings, they are not just statistics. They are a direct reflection of the unmet human rights of our citizens. If sustainable development is to be truly people-centered, then human rights must be its foundation and not an afterthought. Development that ignores the voices of ordinary citizens or fails to address their daily struggles is neither just nor sustainable. As we deliberate here today, let this data be a call to action, a demand that we reimagine development not just as a technical goal, but as a moral and political imperative rooted in the dignity, agency, and well-being of every African. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Nyasha, and through you to Afrobarometer for giving us concrete data and helping to reflect the voice of the African citizens on how far we've managed to translate these aspirations into realities for our people. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is now time for us to observe the tea and coffee break, and we will also have a family photo. Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, dignitaries here present, all invited dignitaries, invited speakers, invited guests from across AU bodies, member states, UN agencies, European Union, Gambian-based organizations, and all the invited guests and speakers. Please, you will proceed to take a family photo, and you will be led by protocol to where the family photo for this Joint Special Mechanisms Forum will be taken. And after we come back from tea and coffee break in 30 minutes, because we've lost time, my colleague, very able colleague, Madam Estelle Nkonko, will continue with the MC role, leading us into the various thematic discussions that we will be having. Thank you very much, Excellencies, and enjoy your tea and coffee break.
Ça va, c'est facile, ça va? C'est facile, خير. Ça va, ما شاء الله. الحمد لله. نعم الأحوال، تبارك الله. مرحبا.
We will send them pictures that are already existing from our phones.
I will coach you. You're not going to appear. You're not going to appear. I took you out.
Moi, j'ai l'impression que
Okay. Oh, no, no, no.
chairperson of the African Commission on Human Rights, distinguished commissioners, the Secretary of the Commission, on behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Yusuf, with affairs, peace and security, feeling very pleased and delighted to engage with you online. The theme you have chosen is at the heart of the economic, social, and cultural rights. It is very important because it speaks directly to the rights-based approach of the implementation of Agenda 2060. The African one spread in a view the right to develop. The right guaranteed by the United Nations. A global therefore for Africa we must continue to invest in the promotion, defense, safeguard, and protection of this particular right. This right is also an obligation in our view of the extension of promoting the right that is all encompassing in political and civil rights. These generations of rights must complement each other and continue to impact on areas that are germane to the aspirations of the new Africa we are building. The right to education, the right to peace, the right to peaceful living, the right to good health, access to good health, the right to live in more safe places. Of course, all these rights find resonance in the right. It's an overriding overarching right. And thus, we want to urge your commission as we deliberate in this ordinary session to continue to promote greater elaboration of this right. We must take this right to subnationalism. We must have it in the mind of our youth, of our government, of the civil society, of our intergovernmental process, with a multilateral organizations, continental organizations like the African Union can further invest in the right to development. The more we invest in the right to development, the more we see the value of the nexus between peace, security, good governance, and sustainable development. This is the overarching right that we must all rally behind. And this rollout must speak to what we need in our African Union strategy, whether it's the second decade of the implementation of Agenda 2063, first 10-year implementation plan, or a strategy that was adopted by the Secretariat on human rights implementation. We have to invest together in the right to develop. It will be advantageous to the women, to the youth, and to the elderly, given its emphasis on all social justice. Its emphasis also on social justice built on access to development projects. I'm pleased to emphasize that the African Union Commission, in our Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, we have raised the bar when it comes to the right to development. The right to development also speaks to post-conflict situations where countries that have gone into conflict are trying to not only sustain peace, but build the reconstruction together with the larger society for the benefit of all citizens. It is for us a right that cannot be ignored. It's a flagship right that we must promote and reward your commission to dig deeper along with all your stakeholders, state partners, for this right to become better known and complement well-known rights in political and civil rights. We believe the intersection between the political and civil rights and the economic, social, and cultural rights will be the benefit of our population. Africa must march on to make a difference in promoting the right development. Let me take this opportunity to wish you very successful deliberations. Unfortunately, I cannot join you because of previous commitments, but I want to assure you that the Commission, under the leadership of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, will continue to work with the Commission for the betterment of the implementation and the results that will come out of Agenda 2060. I thank you very much. God bless you all.
But I know more than when I was in the Homeland Security Department. How are you? Alhamdulillah. Harlem, in June. So, Honorable Commissioner.
Good to see you.
chef de l'État là qui a dit ce que les gens écrivent là. Oui, non, quelqu'un a dû écrire à sa place. Il est silencieux, il a mis. En fait, c'est ce qu'il est silencieux. Sans orgueil, sans ambition. On me tombe là. Le silence est grand, il n'y a rien de plus grand que le silence. Mais rester dans son calme n'est pas partager avec le diable. C'est pas. Et Dios, tu vas te dégoûter un peu, la vie est dans le et je suis 100 millions de hasards. On te met dans une position, tu seras pas arrivé à la longue. Mais tout d'abord, fais d'accepter la position. C'est ça qui fait faciliter les riches. Alexandrine me dit non, il y a des conditions pour les deux. C'est les gens qui décident à toi. Toi, à tomber à toi. Sans savoir, sans rien savoir.
Protocol, please ask the various delegates and stakeholders to please come back into the hall. We are resuming now. Thank you.
Jamais pour moi, ministre. Oui, des fois. Le sinistre ministre. Sinistre
Please, protocol, assist us with asking the distinguished delegates and distinguished participants to come back into the hall. We've lost 45 minutes, actually an hour and 15 minutes we've lost, and we need to finish by 5:30. Please, protocol officers, kindly assist. Ushers, also please help us. Kindly go to the respective service points for tea and coffee break and ask people to come back into the room. We've had 45 minutes of break. Thank you.
S'asseoir, nous allons commencer. Docteur Mohamed Jalel Bennadoum. Monsieur le Président, est-ce que je peux avoir votre attention, s'il vous plaît? Merci. Nous allons commencer avec notre troisième session qui va porter sur aligner l'aide au développement et les investissements sur les droits socio-économiques et les obligations de développement durable des États en vertu de la Charte africaine. L'article 22 de la Charte africaine consacre le droit au développement économique, social et culturel. Et cette session va examiner comment l'aide au développement et les investissements peuvent contribuer à rendre les pays autosuffisants en promouvant la souveraineté alimentaire, en renforçant des systèmes éducatifs et de santé robustes, en répondant aux besoins des populations et en développant des infrastructures de transformation, entre autres. Il va aussi discuter des stratégies visant à assurer que l'aide internationale s'aligne sur les droits socio-économiques garantis par la Charte africaine, tout en favorisant la réalisation des priorités du développement durable. Et pour cette session, nous aurons l'honorable commissaire Idrissa Sow qui va modérer et aussi donner les propos introductifs. Et comme autre intervenant, nous aurons l'honorable commissaire Monfort Mandega qui va intervenir en ligne, l'honorable commissaire Lita Moussoui au Ghana, Monsieur Sharif Deyemi, conseiller aux affaires étrangères de la République d'Algérie, Monsieur Abdam Abdelal, responsable de relations de la coopération avec l'ASLECAF de l'organisation AFREXIM, qui va aussi intervenir virtuellement, et enfin Maître Batlokwa Makong. Donc, commissaire Sow, à vous.
And Commissioner Sow, I'll hand you over the floor, and I'll be the police officer in charge of time, so I may catch you if you go a little bit too much. Thank you. Thank you, Estelle. Your Excellency, the Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioner, representatives of states to the African Charter, distinguished representatives of the civil society, representatives of national human rights institutions, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to preside panel of mechanisms on the issue of investments, and development aid in correlation with the objectives of the satisfaction of human and people's rights. Talking about economic and development rights in a human rights forum in Congress, I hope we also have public development aid, and according to the last report of organization of OECD, there has been a reduction of development aid, which has reduced by 7%. But the overall amount of this development aid stands at 212 billion US dollars. So these are very serious amounts which come into the continent. In spite of all that, we continue to face a lot of challenges. So the question which comes up, the issue we want to raise in this panel is how we could orient this amount of money to give satisfaction to economic and social requirements on the continent. We stand to be corrected, but economic and social rights in the philosophy which led to the adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, they don't look at them in terms of aspirations. They are without doubt fundamental rights, just like civil and political rights. So for us here today, we will be reflecting on the best ways to see how foreign direct investment could lead to the satisfaction of economic and social rights enshrined in the African Charter. To that end, we have 1 hour and 45 minutes for this eminent specialists to give their points of view on this issue in general. First of all, I'll give the floor to Commissioner Mutford Mwendenga, Commissioner at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, who will be speaking online. Commissioner Mutford, in his mandate, deals with issues relating to socio-economic rights. He'll be followed by Commissioner Lita, who is also Commissioner at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, whose mandate is related to this right I just referred to. Then there's also Mr. Sharif Dahami to my left. He is the advisor on foreign affairs in the Algerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He too will give his point of view on this issue. We'll also have Mr. Adam Adela, who will be speaking. He is in charge of international cooperation at ZLECAF. He too will be speaking 15 minutes. There is also Barrister Makun, who is a lawyer from the APRM, who will be speaking. Without any further ado, and to gain in time, I'll give the floor to my colleague, Commissioner Mwendenga, for 15 minutes. If he's connected online, he can take the floor right away. Commissioner Mwendenga.
I believe it's working properly. Well, I'm delighted to be part and parcel of this session to discuss a very important topic, which is aligning development assistance and investment with states' economic rights and sustainable development obligations of under the African Charter. I think the ball or the set has already been prepared by the speeches which we heard from the keynote speaker, as well as the gentleman from the Afro Barometer. I'll just add my perspectives to this particular topic. For starters, I think we should start by saying that the right to development can be viewed as an empowerment and necessary tool in the basic human development and in solving multiple problems spanning in all spheres of society. It can be defined as the existence of the necessary infrastructure which supports the realization of fundamental and inalienable human rights. The right to development is enshrined in the African Charter, which is our constitutive document as the African Commission, particularly in Article 22, which provides as follows. All peoples shall have the right to their economic, social, and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity and in the equal enjoyment of common heritage of mankind. States shall have a duty, I emphasize, states shall have a duty individually or collectively to ensure the exercise of the right to development. So this underscores the importance of this right to development. The AU Agenda 2063, which strategically provides a framework for the socio-economic transformation of the continent, builds on and seeks to accelerate the implementation of past and existing continental initiatives for growth and sustainable development. A development that stays within the universal boundaries while ensuring that all persons are able to live above certain social levels. The right to development must be holistic and people-centered and must have a human rights-based approach. The principles of the right to development require that equal opportunity be given to all peoples to have access to basic education, health services, food, housing, employment, and fair distribution of income. Sustainable development aims to meet current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It encompasses economic, social, and environmental aspects to ensure balanced and equitable progress. The United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, which outlined 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are popularly referred to as SDGs, which addresses issues of social, economic, cultural, and environmental sustainability. At the level of regional mechanisms in interpreting and applying the provisions of the African Charter, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has underscored a basic conception of sustainable development as a development that does not infringe the general satisfactory environment of the people. Thus, the right to development within the context of the African Charter is not only economic and human development, but development which should at least take into account environmental protection. Distinguished delegates, that will do for purposes of dealing with the introduction in the context of the aspect that I'm dealing with. I will now deal with the issue to do with the relevance of this panel to the theme that we are dealing with. Aligning development assistance and investments with social, economic rights and sustainable development obligations means ensuring that these resources are used to promote human rights, economic growth, and environmental sustainability, aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals. This requires a shift from the traditional development models that prioritize economic growth alone to a more holistic approach that considers the social, economic, and environmental impacts of investments and aid. A decade after the international community pledged in Addis Ababa to ramp up development finance, the gulf between the amounts mobilized by developing and emerging economies and the trillions they need to meet the development goals has been steadily growing. Without significant reform, the gap is set to swell to over 6.4 trillion US dollars by 2030, which is the target year of the Sustainable Development Goals. The latest global outlook on financing for sustainable development calls for a major overhaul of the global system to mobilize resources to build a sustainable future for all. I now wish to point out just a few points which will help us in this discourse. The first one will be development assistance and investment should be directed towards promoting and protecting social economic rights such as the right to health, education, food security, and decent work. The other is aligning with the social development goals requires the incorporating of them into the national and international investment policies, projects, designs, as well as implementation. The other is that investment should be environmentally sustainable and contribute to the long-term well-being of both present and future generations. The other will be providing access to finance and support services for SMEs, which can create jobs, boost economic growth, and improve social outcomes. We also have in mind rigorous impact assessments which should be conducted to ensure that investments and aid do not negatively impact social economic rights or the environment. Investments in sustainable agricultural practices can improve security, protect the environment, and promote rural development is yet another key point. Investments in these sectors can improve human capital, reduce poverty, and promote social equity. Greater transparency is the last point I wish to mention, and accountability are needed in the allocation and the use of development funds to ensure that they are used effectively and to achieve intended outcomes. As I draw towards the end of my presentation, I wish to make some recommendations or call to action. With existing partnerships with various stakeholders, initiatives, and activities, we should be organized that will further the cause of making the right to development a reality through the following issues. One, persuading states to adopt and implement human rights-based policies. The other is addressing the challenges in the global financial architecture in order to enhance the capacity of African countries to promote their development in their respective states. The other is adopting and advocating for active, free, and meaningful participation of rights holders in development policies, making, implementation, and practice, by taking the necessary legislative, policy, and administrative measures at national level. Not to be forgotten is putting development countries in the driver's seats of global financing reform. We should also bear in mind that there is need to align global finance with the SDGs. The other issue we have to consider is to help developing countries mobilize more and better resources of funding for critical SDG investments. We should also strengthen monitoring systems to track SDG financing impact and build trust. Use existing platforms to hold all actors accountable and ensure financing that truly supports development goals, and mobilizing support for the finalization and adoption of the draft international covenant on the right to development by the United Nations General Assembly. And lastly but not least, we should collaborate with the African Commission. This is our clarion call through resolution 586 of 2024, which mandates the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights to consider the formulation of comprehensive general comments on the right to development tailored to the specific context of Africa and serve as a reference for implementing and promoting the right to development across Africa. We should also take into consideration as a final reflection the fact that the SDGs, which aim to eradicate poverty and to guarantee equal access to social security, food, healthcare, education, housing, water, and sanitation, incorporate most of the core elements of the economic, social, and cultural rights as these are articulated in the African Charter and International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Then we should also reflect on the fact that by embracing a holistic approach that prioritizes social, economic rights and sustainable development, the SDGs, the development assistance and investments can play a crucial role in achieving a more just and sustainable development. Lastly, and not the least, notwithstanding the African Commission on Human and People's Rights will continue its advocacy with states parties and all stakeholders to collaborate and ensure the promotion and protection of economic, social, and cultural rights as well as sustainable development. At this point, it's important that I should also emphasize the fact that it is also important for us to think about how we should make economic, social, and cultural rights to be justiciable in the African continent. We do realize that in most of the African continent, and it's a call that I want to make to states parties that they should also think seriously about how they are going to make economic, social, and cultural rights justiciable in their respective countries through incorporation into their various constitutions. It is a right, those are rights that all of us must enjoy, whether we are ordinary citizens or whether we are politicians. So politicians should forever remember that they shall never continue being politicians. They will also one day revert to being ordinary citizens who would also want to enjoy those particular rights. So it's up to them to also ensure that those rights are indeed justiciable. Moderator, I think I should end there by saying thank you very much for lending me your ear, and I appreciate the delegates for listening to what I had to say. Thank you, moderator.
Qui vous remercie, honorable commissaire, pour cette belle perspective qui d'abord donne une définition du sens et de la portée du droit au développement tel qu'il est décliné dans la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme, l'article 22. Vous avez également fait référence au droit au développement tel qu'il ressort de l'agenda 2063, qui est un instrument de référence dans le système de l'Union africaine. Mais vous avez aussi montré comment les financements mondiaux devraient être orientés vers la satisfaction de ces droits économiques et sociaux qui sont établis dans la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme. Je crois que c'est une belle perspective. J'ai surtout retenu en réalité le lien que vous avez fait avec cette notion même de développement juste et durable qui intègre des notions de protection de l'environnement, mais également de préservation des droits des générations futures. Voilà. À présent, je voudrais donner la parole à ma collègue Lisa pour qu'elle nous donne sa perspective sur cette problématique qui est discutée. Honorable commissaire, vous avez la parole. 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the floor. I would like to recognize Honorable Ministers present, Chairperson of the Commission, fellow commissioners, AU organs present, member states, and colleagues, NGOs, NHRIs, and participants to this second forum, joint forum of the Commission. I'm delighted to share my experience in this area of overseas development assistance. I've spent a couple of decades in this area, and I'm very happy to share with you some of my research as well, research findings on this area. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to 1990, development aid to a large extent was directed to social development. Areas like health, education, food security, settlement, human settlement, were getting very generous support from development aid. In fact, those of us who worked in the Ministry of Finance were very jealous because the United Nations agencies were able. We don't have translation in French. There's no translation in French?
S'il vous plaît, il n'y a pas de traduction en français. Le canal français, s'il vous plaît. Oui.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that there was so much money for social development that those of us who are working in the Ministries of Finance were very jealous because United Nations agencies would directly fund ministries. For example, WHO will go directly to the Ministry of Health and give them the money they needed for health. UNICEF would go to the social development, give us enough money for children. UNFPA would put money in reproductive health directly into the clinics. UNESCO was busy supporting education and culture. FAO was giving money to, to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. So there was so much money that time. But what happened? Around 1990, and as we were moving towards this decade, there were some shifts in the global geopolitics. Of course, the Cold War era was coming to an end, and we gave birth, or the world gave birth to what we call globalization. And so development partners did not have to go looking for anybody. They could click on the net and access whatever they needed without having to go through the governments. They didn't have to open any doors. So really, that in a way started changing the dynamics, and development aid started shifting from social development, as we knew it, to other areas which are equally important, but they are not really social development. Democratization became a huge area of funding and governance. And so money directly shifted from clinics to the constituency level kind of campaigns. And so it's the same money that we were seeing that kept on being revolving from one area to another. And so what happened is that some of us who have been in this area got a bit frustrated and also could not answer some questions. And I think this is what I wanted to share with you today, because I conducted a study. I was involved in a study in which, just triggered by what was happening globally and also at our national level, we wanted to know where is the money going to and how is it going and what is driving it. And I think I just want to share that 4 pillars emerged out of the study that I was involved in. The first pillar was that development partners continued to put money in mechanisms and frameworks that they believed in, and mostly those were their own frameworks. They did not have faith in some of the frameworks that we had, and so money got stuck in their own frameworks. It never got to us. The second pillar that emerged out of that study was ideology. The development partners put money in alignment to their own ideology. So if you are talking to China, don't expect to get money from donors who don't believe in what China is doing. And these are important indicators that ideology is important. We know during the Cold War, aid was very clear. For example, we would get money and we'd be told, out of this money, you must buy, for example, if the money came from GTZ, and I'm just using GTZ as an example, we would have to get German cars, and although you live in a country where you drive right-hand cars, you end up with a left-hand driven car. We got computers, which came also packaged in that language. We got everything, and that was before the Paris Declaration. But then, because now that changed, we insisted no, development aid must be sensitive to our needs, then the money evaporated. The third pillar is the development pillar. And this is where I want to spend most of my conversation on, because it is the development pillar that we are discussing about today. What happened to the money that was meant for the development pillar? The fourth pillar that emerged in this study was the process pillar. That processes became a very important part of funding. And so the development partners diverted more money from development to financing processes. And this is why issues like democratization and governance and meetings and processes were able to get money faster than money that is required for development. So let's talk a little bit about the development pillar. What did we find out? In the literature that we were reviewing, there were arguments that out of the money that was available for, from ODA, only 38% found its way to Africa. And this was very worrying, because if out of every $100, only $38 arrived, and $62 did not arrive. But when you have to account as if you received $100. This is now where the challenge starts. So we tried to find out, is this first of all true? So in the research that we were involved in, we tried to collect data and some empirical information as to whether the 62% that was coming to Africa, where was it going to? And this is what we found out. We found out that out of the 62%, which did not come to Africa, it disappeared in three different areas. The first thing is ODA, or Overseas Development Assistance, is money made available by bilateral donors to us. So this huge chunk of money, 62% of it, either went to the World Bank instead of coming directly to us, or it went to international NGOs that are formed by the organizations or the bilateral partners that were giving us money. So instead of giving us the money directly, they gave it to their own NGOs or to the United Nations. And a little percent was given to their embassies at the country level, so that the ambassador is happy to go cut a ribbon and give $1,000 to women. And they are so happy for that event. Then in another event, the ambassadors have got little funds here and there. And I'll be going to tell you how that money is used, if we have time. So 62% of the money actually did not come to us directly, either went to the World Bank, or it went to the embassies, or it went to the organization's own international NGOs. Now, the 32% that we received trickled down from what the World Bank now gave us. So what will happen is, after World Bank has taken care of its travel and administrative and all its other needs, then it comes to you and says, oh, we have some little money here, and then you are very happy that you are receiving money from the World Bank. Then the international NGOs from those countries come to you, tell you, oh, we have some little money here for human rights. You are very happy. Then the embassy comes on the side and says, oh, we also have some money. So this is really trickle-down money that we are receiving. Can you really develop on trickle-down money? This is the big question we have to ask ourselves. So in the process, I came to a conclusion in this study that, and this is just to share some of the things that we found out, that if we are going to develop, if we are going to go back to social development, there are three areas that we need to look at ourselves outside ODA. First and foremost, ODA has far more been bypassed by remittances. So if there are people we should be smiling at and very happy when they are around, it is our people in the diaspora, because they are the ones who have taken the bill of paying for the education, for the health, and the things that development used to do. They may do it through little money they send to family here and there, but this is the money we should quantify, because our remittances have really taken care of that, what we used to receive before. The second thing that we found out is that ODA had some characteristics. And these characteristics, kind of came out depending on what the ODA was meant for. For example, we came across a characteristic we called appetizer. Appetizer is the money you are given a little bit so that you develop more appetite for more money. And in that process, you forget your own priorities because you think something better is coming. You know that feel-good kind of feeling. And that is how we become vulnerable. Because now you stop your big 5 development year plan, you start looking for more appetizers. Second characteristic we came across is the door opener. We realized that the little money that comes through the embassy is not just to give you, support. It is to open doors for their TNCs. When their big multinational companies come, their door has been opened by the embassy. So the TNC comes and walks in and can cut any deal on mineral, oil, and gas. Because these are our friends after all. You know, they gave us money the other day. So when they come, the door has been opened for them. The other condition we found is, we call it softener. So the embassy's work is to soften your held feelings about colonization and all that. The other one we came across was a sponge. And the sponge was the World Bank and the IMF, where they are holding most of the money as, in form of a sponge, and you are waiting. We found the carrot and stick function, which is sanctions. Zimbabwe, you didn't do this, so we are going to hold your funding. We found a condition we called the converter, where you are given some money and then you forget your own priorities. We found a condition we called controller, where conditionalities are involved. And finally, diverter, where your own national processes are derailed. I can see 2 gatekeepers now. So I want to finish by saying that ODA has had its time, and there was a time it was big deal. But now we need to think differently. We need to focus on 2 areas that I want to leave today. Illicit financial flows is where our money is going to, and we must block that bleeding tap of illicit financial flows. It is now around $1 billion a year. Secondly is corruption. If we do not deal with corruption, we will not make it. I want to leave it at that. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable commissaire, pour avoir partagé avec nous ces réflexions qui découlent pour l'essentiel d'une étude à laquelle vous avez participé. J'ai retenu que vous avez pointé du doigt ce changement de paradigme qu'il y a eu à partir des années 90 sur la question de la mobilisation de l'aide. Vous avez montré, à partir des années 90, on a assisté à un durcissement des conditionnalités de l'aide. D'abord, tellement durcissement qui fait que les États ont été contraints d'accepter des conditionnalités qui n'allaient pas dans le sens de faciliter la satisfaction des droits économiques et sociaux reconnus aux citoyens. Vous avez montré également qu'à partir des années 90, de ce changement de paradigme, on a remarqué que, en réalité, ce sont les partenaires techniques et financiers qui définissaient les priorités, qui disaient là où ils voulaient mettre leur argent. Alors que si l'on s'attache au principe même de souveraineté économique, il appartient aux États de définir leurs propres priorités, parce qu'en réalité, c'est à eux de conduire les destinées économiques de leur propre pays. Mais vous avez mis également en exergue une autre question qui est, de mon point de vue, importante, ce sont les déperditions que l'on note dans la mobilisation de l'aide. Vous avez montré que, par exemple, l'exemple que vous avez donné et qui a retenu mon attention, vous avez montré que l'étude a montré que sur $100 mobilisés pour l'aide, seuls $36 vraiment arrivaient à destination. Et il y avait des déperditions entre-temps. qu'une bonne partie de ces fonds étaient réorientés vers des institutions financières ou bien vers d'autres plateformes. Cette perspective est intéressante et elle nous permet de rebondir sur ce que va nous dire monsieur Dahimi, qui est conseiller aux affaires étrangères de la République d'Algérie, représentant d'un État, qui va nous dire quelles sont les réflexions que lui inspire cette problématique que nous discutons. Vous avez la parole pour 15 minutes.
Merci l'honorable commissaire Idrissa Sow de m'avoir donné la parole. سيد رئيس لجنة حقوق الإنسان اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، السادة المحافظون الفاضلون، السادة ممثلي الدول والمؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان وممثلي المجتمع المدني، يطيب لي أن أقف أمامكم اليوم لأعرض تجربة الجزائر في موائمة المساعدات الإنمائية والاستثمارات مع الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والالتزامات بالتنمية المستدامة، وهو الموضوع الذي طلب
wants to place at its very center. Algeria has committed itself to achieve the SDGs whilst aligning its national policies with the aspirations of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Algeria has made significant progress when it comes to poverty reduction, promotion, and sustainable development. But then challenges still remain. The integration of the SDGs in national policies of Algeria is crucial to guarantee to all its citizens the fundamental socio-economic rights in a perspective of sustainability and social well-being. Furthermore, it should be stated that Algeria is determined. We would continue to work to base our economies on these continental references. We would also want to align our vision with Agenda 2063 and also achieving Algeria is determined to go towards the achievements of the SDGs, especially on poverty reduction. Number 8, on economic growth and decent work for all and sundry. SDG 8 on sustainable economic development and decent employment for everybody. SDG 17 on world partnerships, and we are aware of the other SDGs which are cross-cutting and complementary to ensure sustainable development. This is part and parcel of a desire to ensure socio-economic rights are promoted through inclusive policies whilst enhancing access to everybody to public service and economic possibilities. With respect to our approach when it comes to sustainable development and socio-economic rights, Algeria has mainstreamed these principles in its national development plan, and it concentrates on social inclusion, access to education, health, and the reduction of inequalities. This aims at promoting fundamental rights like the right to education, to health, and a decent standard of living. And the objective is to build a sustainable economy which responds to the social aspirations whilst adhering at the same time to international commitment. Algeria has also made sure that poverty reduction is a priority, and we have amended the constitution, and the country has taken commitments to eradicate disparities in development and significantly reduce unemployment. To achieve the above, Algeria has seen that poverty reduction is a priority, and in that regard, Algeria has put in place a development model and which takes into account the social character of the state. The state has put in place commitments to eradicate or reduce development disparities, and particularly with the youth. The country has also succeeded in reducing the unemployment rates and poverty significantly. This poverty reduction linked to the right to decent living for all. The country has funded 30,000 development projects, targeted 7 million individuals. And furthermore, we have given scholarships, national solidarity scholarships in 2023 to the tune of 12,000 dinars. This reflects significant progress in respecting vulnerable people, especially those living with disability, by guaranteeing them minimum sustainability. Furthermore, the country has registered requests, and we have made vocational training courses for the people, and 5 billion dinars have been invested on accommodation, health, feeding, and also energy. These represent 20% of the state budget. Furthermore, Algeria has adopted legislation concerning SDG number 8, economic growth, and also ensure decent work for everybody. After a recession of -5% in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Algeria has now registered a 3.8 economic growth in 24 and 4.1, in 2023, the highest rate in this period. And this dynamism was supported by the production of oil products, which account for 19% of the GDP and 88% of export products. The economy outside the oil sector also registered growth, 4% fourth quarter 2023. Algeria has consolidated its position among the first 3 African economies with GDP of 267 billion in and reserves attaining 69 billion. This is leads to the promotion of work and the empowerment of citizens. Sustainable development in respect of SDG 8, which aims at promoting sustainable and inclusive economic development. Agriculture, innovation have also experienced a lot of growth. In 2023, the industrial sector progressed 1.6%, and pharmaceutical production increased by 13%. The agricultural sector also recorded growth. With respect to SDG 17, Enhanced World Partnership for Sustainable Development, Algeria has put in place structural reforms to enhance cooperation and the necessary partnership to the achievement of this SDG. The country has launched a reform of the organic law on finance based on budgetary consolidation and resource-based content, with a view to ensuring effectiveness of the expenditure, with a view to guaranteeing the right to social protection. And Algeria also has committed itself, has cancelled debts of 13 African countries. And with respect to innovation, Algeria has enhanced partnership for sustainable development by signing scientific and technological agreements with several countries and international agencies. Algeria also launched innovative projects in the field of energy, agriculture, digital, in line with Agenda 2023, and high-point technology in this sector as well. Algeria has implemented policy to conserve natural resources and through initiatives, for example, the national plan for the the control of energetic development. With respect to the other SDGs relating, now SDG number 2, food security. We have invested to ensure food security with a budget of $35 billion to the development of agriculture and rural infrastructure. These investments aimed at improving the security of the country, reduce dependence on imports, and ensure sustainable production. In 2023, the agricultural sector recorded 3.3% growth, and the arable land went from to 11.5 million. In that regard, Algeria has deployed efforts to accompany programs for water management and investment in sustainable agriculture to ensure food security. With respect to SDG 5, Algeria has made progress in the education of girls and the participation of women in active life. However, these efforts are needed to ensure complete equality in the work market, especially in the private sector. The government has put in place policies to ensure the inclusion of women in the economic sector with incentives to building companies and vocational training programs. Specific measures to support female entrepreneurship have led to the setting up of several companies headed by women. The government also supports women to have access to high-ranking posts in the government. With respect to SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, here also Algeria has launched a big program for economic diversification with investments in sustainable infrastructure and technologically innovative projects. The country has invested in the building of 1550 industrial zones and have established several projects in the sector of renewable energy, including wind and solar parks. In 2023, the manufacturing industry recorded a growth of 1.6%, even though the sector, which is quite comparable compared to last year. This underscores our commitment to modernize our infrastructure to stimulate sustainable and diversified growth. With respect to SDG number 6, Algeria commits itself in consumption and sustainable production policies, initiatives to reduce waste, improve energy, and also to promote environment-friendly programs. And this is to encourage our companies and also to reduce their carbon imprint. Initiatives have been taken to support circular economy, and clean technologies have been put in place as part of the National Action Plans for Sustainable Development. Algeria has also promoted energetic promotion by with the view to reduce it by 25%. And we would like to guarantee and improve environment and improve the conditions for all the populations of the country of Algeria. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
So these are policies which they need to align with Agenda 2063, but they should also be aligned to sustainable development objectives. We've highlighted all these measures which have been taken for development and to balance inequalities. Now I'll give the floor to Michel Adama Adela, who is in charge of international relations and cooperation in the African Union. He works under the purview of ZLECAf, and he'll be speaking online. What has been noticed today is that our African economies are not quite open, so that production factors are not mastered by national structures, and often foreign development aid which are brought to the continent. and consequently, the fruits of growth do not trickle down to the population, so that development indeed is not felt. In other words, we should not measure economic performance on figures, whereas at the same time, the benefits of this growth do not trickle down to the people at the grassroots, and they do not have social services. They lack in many of these things. So ZLECAf tries to balance these inequalities to ensure that our economies should be people-centered, so that we Africans could trade amongst ourselves, and these objectives will make it possible to go beyond foreign development aid. This may sound strange, but that should be our objective. So on these issues, I'll now like to give the floor to Mr. Adam Abdallah to give us his point of view on these issues. You have 15 minutes.
As enshrined in Article 22 of the Charter. The right is not an aspirational one, it is binding. It affirms that development must be people-centered, sovereignty-enhancing, and rooted in the lives realities of African communities. In today's Africa, this means rethinking development not as charity, but as structural transformation agenda, one that enables African states to secure food sovereignty, deliver quality education and healthcare, build resilient infrastructure, and ensure decent livelihoods for all. As a trade policy expert working at Afreximbank, I want to share perspective on how trade and investment, when approached strategically, can be powerful tools for fulfilling socioeconomic rights and achieving sustainable development goals in line with the Charter. Historically, development assistance in Africa has often reinforced asymmetries that lock countries into dependency on external aid, extractive value chains, and commodity exports. This model is incompatible with the right to development. Afreximbank envisions a different future for Africa, where it leverages on its own resources, talents, and trade to drive its own transformation. Our interventions are focused on building productive capacities, boosting intra-African trade, and promoting value addition, because we believe true development is impossible without economic sovereignty. Article 22 calls us to advance development in equal enjoyment of its benefits. This means tackling structural constraints that have excluded many Africans from the fruits of economic growth. For us, trade is not just about goods, it's about people. The African Export-Import Bank is a Pan-African multilateral organization that was established in 1993 under the auspices of the African Development Bank to promote and to finance intra and extra-African trade. The bank is headquartered in Cairo and has 5 regional offices in Abuja, Harare, Abidjan, Kampala, Yaoundé, and a representation office in Barbados. All African countries are participating members of Afreximbank. Our flagship initiatives aim to respond directly to the needs and aspirations of African states and peoples, aligning with their socioeconomic rights. For example, the African Trade Exchange, ATEX, is a B2B and B2G platform that enables procurement of bulk basic goods to ensure countries have access to scarce supplies in a transparent manner. The platform was launched to ensure food and fertilizer security, supporting governments to procure essential goods quickly and affordably. And that was done during the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic and the war on Ukraine. The goal of ATHEX is to help small, medium, and large African business as well, and to tap into markets and thereby facilitating an optimization of their supply chain for accelerated economic growth. The platform enables procurement, and ATHEX is a platform that connected with a digital ecosystem supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Another platform that we have is PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. It is an African-led solution to facilitate payments in local currencies. It supports financial inclusion and reduces the cost of doing business, making trade more accessible to SMEs and citizens. It's a digital platform which aims at enabling intra-African trade and commerce payments to be made in African currencies and financial integration. It is a centralized payment and a settlement infrastructure for intra-African trade. To give you an example on how PAPS work, imagine a trader in Kenya who wants to buy goods from South Africa. The Kenyan importer pays in Kenyan shilling, where the South African exporter receives his payment in South African rand. On the status of deployment, we currently have 15 central banks, African central banks, who have joined the system. PAPS has also entered into a memorandum of understanding with 5 bank groups for the implementation of its new commercial bank settlement model. This means that the partnership has expanded to about 40 countries with 75 participating commercial banks, 5 national switches, and 12 strategic partners on its network. Moreover, we are founders and also co-founders with the AFCFTA of the Adjustment Fund, which ensures that the cost of liberalization are being cushioned, particularly for vulnerable economies and sectors, allowing them to transition gradually while protecting the livelihoods. These interventions go beyond economic transactions. They are rights-based tools designed to enable African states and African citizens to fulfill their obligations under the Charter by ensuring access, equity, and resilience. We are also shifting from the conversion on financing from aid dependence to mobilizing capital for African priorities. Afrexim Bank has deployed over $30 billion to support inter-African trade and industrialization. But financing alone is not enough. It must be aligned with national development plans and the African Union's Agendas 2063. And therefore, we have developed the following platforms, like, for example, the Trader Club, which is connecting African businesses with global markets through availing data analysis on trade to help them make informed decisions. And this is for traders, policymakers, producers, consumers, researchers, and even donors. Because lack of information and knowledge about trade opportunities in Africa is a major obstacle to African trade. This is being addressed through the creation of a continent-wide trade information platform in partnership with the African Union. Access to goods and good quality data is the first step in the decision-making process for policymakers. It is a member-driven network aimed at empowering international businesses and executives to transform trade and investment in Africa through trusted trade intelligence and advisory services through innovative digital tools and networking opportunities. Membership is often open to global industry, African and foreign businesses, intergovernmental organizations, and other committed to unlocking growth and development in Africa. Currently, TradeR has 195 members covering 35 countries, out of which 27 are in Africa. Another platform is MANSA, which is named after the great Malian leader. This platform reduces risk associated with trading and financing in Africa through a due diligence repository system, which supports transparency and governance. It provides a single source of primary data required for the conduct of consumer due diligence on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. It also provides complementary collection of information on investment in Africa, country profiles, traded products, services of African countries. The MANSA platform aims to promote good governance practices, transparency, and accountability. It promotes international trade with Africa through lower costs of compliance for international banks and global trading entities. It reduces the risk of trading with Africa and mitigates the negative implications of high risk perception in Africa. It serves as a single source of KYC, Know Your Customer Due Diligence, on African information, and we have currently onboarded over 20,000 entities who have successfully been engaged in the KYC process. Through these platforms, we are building systems of accountability and empowerment, and we are enabling African citizens and enterprises to participate fully in economic life. These platforms support the realization of socioeconomic rights by allowing access to information, markets, and financing. This is especially done for women, youth, small and medium enterprises, which hold immense potential for the prosperity of our African continent. True alignment between investment and human rights means putting African voices and priorities at core. The African Continental Free Trade Area is not just an economic project. It is a rights-based development instrument. It must be implemented in a way that is inclusive, equitable, and responsive to national realities. Let me also finally highlight that we have launched the African Medical Center of Excellence, AMCE, which is a perfect example of rights-aligned investment in health infrastructure, directly advancing Article 16 of the African Charter to health, and Article 22, which is the right to development. AMCE is a landmark investment by Afrexim Bank in partnership with King's College Hospital in London. This project, based in Abuja, Nigeria, will deliver world-class healthcare services in oncology, cardiology, and hematology. But it is more than just a hospital. It is a symbol of our commitment to health sovereignty. Africa currently loses over 6 billion annually to medical tourism. The AMCE seeks to reserve that by building high-quality, accessible healthcare on the continent, reducing dependency on external systems, and making advanced healthcare available to African populations. It also contributes to skills development and research training African health professionals and supporting local pharmaceutical and medical innovation. In this way, AMCE directly aligns with the Charter's vision of people-centered development and affirms that access to healthcare is not a privilege, but a right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, aligning development assistance with investment is aligned with the African Charter, which requires a new, compact, one grounded in mutual respect, African agency, and the non-negotiable right to development. Sure. We must measure development not only by GDP growth, but by the dignity and opportunities it affords to every African. We must ensure that trade, investment, and assistance do not undermine sovereignty, but reinforce it. At Afrexim Bank, we are committed to working with African states, civil society, and regional institutions to make this vision a reality. We believe development is not charity, it is justice. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mouché Abdelal, pour cette belle conclusion et pour toutes les stratégies qui sont en train d'être déployées pour renforcer.
All the efforts being made to promote economic sovereignty and to favor intra-African trade. Now, in the interest of time, I would directly like to give the floor to Barrister Macon, who will give us his opinion on this issue, on this topic.
Ministers, the ambassadors, the commissioners, and all distinguished delegates present here today, and most importantly, the fellow panelists for this important session. So the APRM was formed on 9th March by our heads of state and government as an African-led, African-owned, and African-led platform for self-assessment, peer learning, and experience sharing in democracy, good governance, in full respect of democratic principles, human rights, the rule of law, the acceleration of political, social, and economic integration of the continent. The primary purpose of the APRM is to foster the adoption of policies standards, and practices leading to political stability, high economic growth, sustainable development, and accelerated regional and continental economic integration in line with the standards contained in the OAU Declaration on Democracy, Political, Economic, and Corporate Governance, and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. So, Your Excellencies, we undertake the fulfillment of the Declaration and the Charter by undertaking comprehensive and thematic reviews and assessments on 6 thematic areas. The first one is democracy and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, and socio-economic development. As of the year 2020, state resilience to shocks and disasters, and as of this year, 2025, e-governance. There are 44 AU member states that have acceded to the APRM as of today, 5th May 2025. 26 member states have completed their first generation review. 6 member states have completed their second generation review, and 13 member states have completed targeted review on different thematic areas. So in relation to the topic before us, which is aligning development assistance and investments with states' socio-economic rights under the Charter, Article 22(1) of the Charter provides that all peoples shall have the right to economic, social, and economic and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity, and in equal enjoyment of the common heritage of mankind. Article 22(2) of the Charter stipulates that states have the right, have the duty individually and collectively to ensure the exercise of the right to development. So the APRM assesses the implementation of the provisions of Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights through comprehensive country review assessments that are peer-reviewed at the level of heads of state and government. The reviews and assessments are undertaken under the 6 thematic areas that I have outlined, but most importantly, under the thematic areas of democracy and political governance and socio-economic development. So just an overview of the countries that have been peer-reviewed. The Republic of Kenya, the APRM Country Review Report of Kenya of 2017 observed that the 2010 Constitution of Kenya guarantees economic and social rights. These are the highest attainable standards of health, accessible and adequate housing, to reasonable standards of sanitation, freedom from hunger, and to have adequate food and acceptable quality, clean and safe water, and adequate qualities and social security and education. The APRM review report took note of the initiatives that stand out in regard to the protection of socio-economic rights in Kenya, namely the Women Enterprise Development Fund, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, the National Health Insurance Fund, and the Uwezu Fund that targets women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The basic challenges identified in the report relate to the level of public awareness of the socio-economic rights and facilities and opportunities, institutional arrangements that pose stumbling blocks to the implementation of the rights regime, and political and socio-cultural and economic context that detract from the full observance of these rights. So the APRM The APRM review report of Uganda of 2018 states that the socio-economic rights under the Constitution of Uganda of 1995 are placed both within the Bill of Rights and the national objectives and directive principles of state policy. The report observed that Uganda made significant strides in ensuring the enjoyment of socioeconomic rights, notably the development and effective implementation of the National Poverty Reduction Strategy and commendable efforts in promoting equality and women empowerment. The report has identified and prioritized the following challenges faced by Uganda on the enjoyment of socioeconomic rights, namely infrastructure development, land tenure and land conflicts, sustainable environmental and resource management, rapid population growth, youth unemployment, and management of diversity. The report of the Arab Republic of Egypt states that the 2014 Egyptian constitution particularly guarantees socioeconomic rights for citizens. These rights include social and health insurance, pensions for incapacity, unemployment, old age, as well as the right to education. The state is also obligated to ensure food security, protect farmers, and support fishermen. The report has noted that Egypt has been going through a period of positive transformation and restructuring since 2014, and it has made significant strides, but although there are challenges that have been identified in the implementation of the socio-economic rights. So as a way forward, the APRM review reports indicate that countries recognized socio-economic rights and have taken measures to implement them as required by Article 22 of the Charter. However, states continue to face challenges such as inadequate financial resources to implement them in a sustainable manner. Therefore, in order to ensure implementation of the socio-economic rights and sustainable development of AU member states, there is need to align development assistance and investments with these socio-economic rights. And development assistance and investments in Africa should actively support the realization of these rights, such as the right to health, education, and a decent standard of living. This can be achieved through integrating human rights principles in all stages of development planning and implementation, and most importantly, prioritizing projects and initiatives that directly address socioeconomic needs and development of the people. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître, pour cette importante contribution qui met fin au cycle de communication. Vous avez vraiment...
To the cycle of presentations, you have shown how the APRM would evaluate the implementations by the states of the right to development as defined in Article 22 of the Charter. Now, I would like to open discussions, but then let us not forget that time is definitely not on our side, so I will request participants to be very concise. Let us start with the member states. I can see the Honorable Ambassador representing the Republic of Sahrawi. You have the floor, Ambassador. Thank you, Chairperson, panel Chairperson. Thank you, all the panelists who have informed us on this important matter of the right to development. I have a very specific question for the panelists of Algeria, if you so allow me. Yes, progress has been made by the Algerian Republic when it comes to the alignment of their development policies under the SDGs, as he has shown in his presentation. Sir, I would like to ask a question, and I would like to have his opinion in the manner in which Algeria has succeeded in ensuring that foreign investment projects are compatible with the respect to economic and social rights, inter alia, in the most vulnerable areas. Thank you. That was my question. any other requests for the floor? Thank you. Is there any other member state who would like to intervene? If not, we move on to the NHRIs. Is there any NHRI that would like to contribute to the discussions, or maybe a civil society organization? I can see Mr. Mabasa Fall, FIDH, Mr. Naji. Mr. Fall, over to you. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you yourself, you did say that Africa should first and foremost count on itself, on its own resources. I totally agree with you. Chairperson, today, what is the day-to-day reality that we live? Companies that are based in our countries, these are African and national companies, are facing formidable competition from the developed countries, but also the BRICS countries. This should be stated. There is no enough capital in the markets because the banks, the banking system, Mr. Chairperson, is by and large dominated by foreign banks. And when you want to invest, you have no choice but to respect the conditions that are imposed by these foreign banks. Finally, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to say that you have three sectors in the economy: primary, secondary, and the tertiary sector. We have a high profile of tertiary in our country. Capitals are invested in the services, not in the primary sector, neither in the agriculture, nor in the secondary industry, secondary sector. So I would like to ask a question to the brilliant panelists on Algeria. Has Algeria changed its doctrine? Because Algeria, for several years, had a doctrine which named the industrializing industries. This was according to Mr. Gerald de Bernis, a professor at the University of Grenoble, and who was the advisor to the Algerian government. This said industries use petroleum products to boost the industry. Is Algeria still using that doctrine of the famous professor? Mr. Najib, you have the floor.
The UN, and in collaboration with UPeace University. So the reason for this working group, its member is 10 experts around the world, and it's behind it is how to operationalize the right to development. It has been established since last year. Now we participate within the General Assembly, within the mechanism of working group within Human Rights Commission in Geneva. And now we have managed at least to draft a kind of a convention from civil society, and we push states to ratify it. I think next year or after next year, the states will approve it. Here, my recommendation is to the African Commission to establish a comprehensive legal framework regarding the right to development. And we urge the African Commission to prioritize the development of legal framework that operationalize the right to development framework, and also to be implemented nationally within countries. Also, ensure equitable access to development, to resource and opportunities for our citizens in Africa. Second, promote policies that address inequality and support vulnerable people, including people with disabilities, women and children. I thank you.
Je ne vois pas d'autres demandes de parole.
Request for the floor. Well, sorry, Egypt, my apologies.
Thank you to the Commissioner, and thanks to all the panelists. I have a question to the representative of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria. Due to the increasing role of this private sector, could you please enlighten us how Algeria is working to strengthen this private sector and make sure that it will work on the area of social development as well as the environmental sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Uganda, I believe you have requested for the floor. Please go ahead.
So, our chair of the session, I would just like us to apply our minds in this question. Aligning development assistance and investment with the state's socioeconomic rights and sustainable development obligation under the African Charter. My question is, the development assistance that we receive, is it meant to move us from where we are, or it is meant to make us stagnant or retard us, or even make us worse in the situation? Is it not meant to keep us in the status quo? If it is meant to move us further, why is it that when you request for resources for things like infrastructural development, you're not given? But the money you are given is for things like capacity building and human rights, which is not well defined. The definition of the human rights they have, those who give us money, is different from the human rights we understand in this continent. Is it not time for Africa to begin reorganizing itself through things like the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we are able to trade amongst ourselves? How is it possible that you can't move from Uganda to Gambia, yet I can easily move from Uganda to USA, Washington, D.C. within a very short time? I'll give you this example. My head of delegation started moving to come to the Gambia 3 days back. He just arrived this morning. But how do we trade if we can't even move amongst ourselves, if we are not interconnected by the infrastructure that we have? I think we are being kept in discussing what doesn't help Africa so that we remain where we are. My sister, Dr. Litha, made some very serious intervention there of how the money is given to us. And they keep you around. They sit in your meetings, keep you around, and you remain in that position. Let's reapply ourselves and minds in a different direction, outside the box. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. La parole est à l'Érythrée. Oui. Erythrée. Yeah. Can you use the mic? Est-ce que vous pouvez lui donner un micro, s'il vous plaît? Pouvez lui donner le micro baladeur, s'il vous plaît.
Hello. I would first like to thank our panelists for both sharing their experience and their wisdom. I have a very short question to ask. Many African states heavily rely on external assistance to drive development and human rights and to advance it. It's imperative that they should shift to prioritizing nation building by strengthening self-reliant institutions, harnessing domestic resources, and grounding progress on local values and governance. When, of course, foreign assistance offers immediate resource, but then it undermines sovereignty and fosters long-term dependency. In this light, shouldn't African states work on nation building from within to bring a sustainable solution to their problems, to relying on foreign assistance like it's a lifeline? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention. Je ne vois plus de demande de parole. Je retourne au panel. Je crois qu'il y a des questions qui vous ont été adressées. Vous pouvez répondre.
Merci, شكرا. بدء أود أن أشكر السادة المتدخلين وعلى أسئلتهم القيمة. بالنسبة للسؤال مساعدة السفير من الجمهورية العربية الصحراوية، وهو سؤال مهم يلامس الجوانب الجوهرية في التجربة الجزائرية. فبالفعل تضع الجزائر ضمن
Algeria has among its priorities to attract the foreign investment, but to focus on the social justice and respect the social development in the developed areas. Algeria has approved the legal framework for the new law of investment of 2022. We should put a condition for the investors to contribute in creating job opportunities and respect the environmental and social standards. Algeria also applies a mechanism for assessing the impact of these projects in the rural areas, at least developed areas, as there are so many people who are deprived. And this is an indication that the state is focusing on equal development or equitable development for all its citizens. This is a way of striking a balance between attracting investment while protecting in the development, and to take it to realize the social equality. Many measures were taken. Many were taken to give priority by giving support and reducing the gaps in the least developed areas in the country. This is within the context of enacting the social and economic rights.
Thank you. Unfortunately, time is not
Well, let me first try to answer Her Excellency the Ambassador. Yeah, let me try to answer Her Excellency the Ambassador to the best of my knowledge. But before I answer Her Excellency, I wanted to give an example which could partly answer that question. Professor Mandasa asked a question to the delegate from Algeria, and I want to give an example of how investing in primary sector changed a country for at least 10 years. Between 1990 and 2000, the World Bank was involved heavily in dissuading, informing our countries that you don't invest in agriculture, you should invest in more sophisticated sectors, import substitution, export substitution, and very lofty other areas. But in 2002, late President Kibaki took over Kenya's leadership, and the country was growing at -2% GDP. And what President Kibaki did was he could not go to the World Bank to borrow money to invest in agriculture. So that had the highest corruption, and he blocked those corruption loopholes. He raised enough money and pumped 3.4 billion into agriculture. And Kenya's economic growth started growing steadily from -2% in the first year to 2.2%, 18 months to 3.3%, second year 3.8%. Within 5 years, it was growing at 5.5%. The reason why the APRM example we got today in the presentation is because it was possible for Kenya to demonstrate that you use the assets you have. You do not invest in assets you don't have. We have agriculture, we have arable land, we have water, we have labor. So why are we investing in apparel, making necklaces? It's not that it's not important, but we could change our lives. And so that example, to me, is an example that we can use so that when we are given advice that is not relevant to our situation, we don't have to take it. To answer my sister from Uganda, these are things that have disturbed us. The fact that for a lifetime, you have been writing proposals. I wrote the first proposal in 1985. 2015, I was writing proposals. That is 30 years later. Up to today, we are writing proposals. This is not possible. If ODA could have changed our lives, I do not think we would be writing proposals. We have a very interesting example that is emerging in Burkina Faso. Something is happening in Burkina Faso, and we need to listen and look at what is happening. If today they are saying that in Burkina Faso there is free education, there is free health, there is free this, farmers are getting seeds, we should be able to sit back, swallow our pride, and find out what is happening there. If it is our minerals that we have let go free, and then we come and complain, then we have nobody else to blame. We have to go back to ourselves and think about our assets. It is minerals, it is oil and gas, it is agriculture, and it is labor. If we use that, then I don't think we need aid. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai conscience qu'on n'a pas le temps pour répondre à toutes les interventions.
You didn't have time to answer all the questions, but you had to put an end to this panel because there's another waiting to come in, except Colonel Manda, who is online, want to add something. Otherwise, I'd like to quickly conclude by saying that what came up in this panel to be efficient and effective official development assistance and foreign direct investments have to be guided towards satisfying social and economic rights. That will help to reduce inequalities and to help African states to come out of this situation of poverty. That's the first remark. The second is that to achieve this, we need to strengthen our economic sovereignty, counting more on ourselves and intensifying intra-African trade. And I agree with what Ambassador from Uganda said. To ease trade, communications need to be quick. Today, it is easier to go to Paris from Dakar than to leave Dakar for Maputo. So I think these mistakes have to be put right. I agree with Mr. Babasa Fall. We need to support and help our companies to be more competitive without falling into protection. We have to ensure that these companies should be able to compete in our African, compete with other foreign companies efficiently. As regards what Naji proposed, Mr. Mandenga is taking care of all these issues. I also agree with the delegate from Eritrea. I think my colleague also answered his question. So I'd just like to thank you for your input. I also like to thank all the speakers on this panel. A round of applause for the speakers, please. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner So and everyone. I'm going to allow you to request the Honorable Commissioner Litha to stay behind. Please, Commissioner Rita, please stay with us. The next session is on the promotion and protection of health rights as a precondition or prerequisite for sustainable development in Africa. We're going to talk about lessons drawn from strategic responses from health emergencies. This will be hosted by Honorable Commissioner Lita from Ghana. I'm going to call upon Dr. Ismail Jabe from Innovax Global Health to join us on the podium. Dr. Nathan Baketa from WHO to join us as well, and Mrs. Siran Doi from United States to come up to the podium as well. So, what are the other panel members joining us or waiting for them to join us? I'm going to do a small introduction. We're going to talk about the promotion and protection of the right to health, which are fundamental rights for sustainable development in Africa, because they influence economic growth, social well-being, and the development of human capacities. With regard to multi-sector approach, which is essential to achieve social determinants for health. What's the access to HIV treatment, which is quite important because it directly influences the health results or outcome, enabling individuals to live longer and better health, which also encourages or promotes social and economic progress. It's against this backdrop that this session is going to highlight the progress achieved in promoting and protecting the right to health on the continent, as well as the success stories, challenges, and prospects, and share lessons that everybody has drawn from resources and the funding of by the Ministry of Health, with particular focus on the HIV/AIDS. So we're going to soon break for lunch. I'm going to request our dear doctors to be brief and concise, as they usually do when they're in the theater. And thank you very much.
We realize that we are standing between you and lunch, but I have got 3 very important presenters here with me. I have Dr. Ismail Baji of Innovax Global Health, to my right. I have Dr. Nathan Bakiata, WHO, Gambia, to my extreme left. I have Siran Dao. Siran, have known her for many years. We belong to African Network of African Women Economists. And it is my real pleasure to have Siran in this panel. So I would like to welcome you all to this panel. You can see we don't have much time. We have about 10 minutes for each of us to quickly share. But I just wanted to say that this panel is like a continuation of the panel we just had, where I shared the experience of the labs that we've had in investing in health, social issues, and health is one of them. We know very well that protecting and promoting the rights to health is crucial for sustainable development in Africa, as it impacts the economic growth of the continent, social well-being of our people, and overall human capabilities, requiring a multi-sectoral approach in addressing these things is important. In particular, the issue of HIV and AIDS is of concern. Prior to the HIV/AIDS pandemic in Africa, the continent had invested heavily on education. We had taken our people through training. They became engineers, they became doctors, they became pilots, and then the scourge came, and the first casualties that we had were in the professional sectors. So we lost our professionals through HIV and AIDS. We have not yet recovered, and even before we could find our feet, then COVID came, and then it became the only disease that you could die from, and that eclipsed all the other health concerns, from malaria to TB to measles to HIV/AIDS itself. All the diseases were eclipsed. So I'm very pleased to welcome you to this panel and would like to listen to you. We have a lot of challenges around limited access to healthcare, financial barriers that exist, underfunding of the health sector, poor health infrastructure, systemic issues including bad governance, unequal access of healthcare, and the loss of our own workforce. After we've trained our doctors and nurses, they end up getting visas, immigrating, and going to other continents, and we are left without health services. So allow me to welcome our first speaker, who is going to share with us the case in the Gambia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I have a presentation, but while the presentation comes up, just wanted to take the opportunity in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, really to welcome all of you guys to your home away from home, on our home, which is the continent of Africa. I think it's really important for me to lay the context and from where I speak when it comes to healthcare, because I wear multiple hats. Yes, I'm trained as a pharmacist, so I've dedicated my life to making sure access to medications is always available. But I'm also somebody who just returned from the diaspora and given the opportunity to innovate.
Je vais demander aux techniciens de nous assister avec le micro parce que nous n'entendons pas bien.
Okay.
Why don't they use the podium? Why don't they use the podium? It's better, yeah.
friendly to a toddler in many ways. So just salutations, as I mentioned. It was very important for me to lay the context from which I speak today, because I was mentioned my technical background is I'm trained as a pharmacist. So I've dedicated most of my life in the USA making sure that access to healthcare is readily accessible. But also I am somebody who just returned home from the diaspora to my beloved nation of the Gambia. And we don't take for granted that a lot of diasporans don't have a home to go back to build, because human rights and people rights is not as democratic as we do have here in the Gambia. So it's always something I'm grateful for. One of the other aspects as well that I think is maybe you should have homecoming. Hello? Is it better? It is. Okay. The third time is the charm. Okay. Right? The right of freedom of speech. Whenever you guys are ready, yep. Yes, thank you. So when it comes to healthcare, and I do wanted to start my presentation today with an image. Whenever you guys can, if you just want to project the image. And I think the image is going to be something I challenge all of you guys to just take a look at, to see where we are as Africa when it comes to how access to healthcare is directly correlated to our socioeconomic development as a nation. There's a few things that will stand out to you, and hopefully the image will be projected. Maybe, right? So I'll tell you a couple of things about where we are. Most people will tell you Africans have a relationship with healthcare only in a time of crisis and emergency. While that may be true, I think more Africans' healthcare is a privilege, or being able to afford healthcare is a privilege. And often if you hear about self-actualization, any society, any country that reaches a critical mass of people that have reached self-actualization, meaning their basic needs of food, clothing, shelter are covered, those are the individuals that lay the foundation to building sustainable development. But from a private sector standpoint as well, I think historically, we as a society have left the burden of healthcare on our governments, which by design has created systems that are overburdened, but resources are never enough. So you couple that with how majority of the people don't have access to healthcare, then you have a problem. And this is what I was mentioning. If you see in the center of that is an hourglass. For you guys know, an hourglass determines how much time do you have. On the left, this is what we describe as the healthcare funnel of life. Meaning every individual in this room, you are somewhere on that funnel. If you look at something, obviously the endpoint is mortality. And as we know, Gambia, for example, the average Gambian man does not live to be 65. We also know that we have a very young population, but because of our psychology, most of us have a reactive relationship with healthcare when healthcare is most expensive. So even if the burden of creating safety nets for our society is deemed as a human right, most of our resources are going when healthcare is expensive and it doesn't expand somebody's quality of life. On the right side is probably something very familiar, Maslow's hierarchy, where psychological needs and social needs are typically what you protect human rights for. But I don't consider that the innovation zone. I think as a human being, if sustainable development is the Africa we want, and I believe that does not mean poverty reduction, it means prosperity creation, we have to meet a critical mass of individuals who transition to esteem and self-actualization before their time is up. So the challenge or opportunity we have in Africa when it comes to healthcare is, how long could we keep most of our productive society at the top of the funnel on the left, and how fast, because of the safety nets that we create, can people reach esteem and self-actualization to be productive society? Because if you're a man and you die at 55 from diabetes and hypertension, chances are you never fully self-actualized. So the continent as a whole did not benefit the best years of your life. And 55 is not a common occurrence. I will be 40 years old, but I've been living for the past 10 years with a chronic condition that requires 1 medication a day. I have hypertension. I want you guys to pinpoint that as we transition to the next slide, because healthcare, I'll give you Gambia for example. 100 of our medical products are imported. The government right now, because of resources, could only cover 30% of that cover, meaning private sector and donor agencies are responsible for 70% of the medications that come into the country. But also I could tell you based on data that about 35 to 40% of African adults are now living with a chronic condition that requires 1 medication a day to do 2 things: keep them out of the hospital and prevent early mortality. Everybody in this room, by virtue of the job that you have, you could afford that medication. But it leaves the vulnerable individuals who, irrespective, their daily fight is survival. And without safety nets, those people cannot contribute to socioeconomic development. And if you transition to the next slide, there's something very critical that I think is important. Ms. Ndaw is here from my fellow compatriot, and they've made significant progress when it comes to issues like HIV. I think Africa also needs to rebrand the way we look at HIV, because the story told to us was about AIDS. And now that science has caught up, it's easier to manage somebody with an HIV positive status than it is somebody who has diabetes. But yet still, our society surrounds about creating stigma, when if you look at the data, yes, HIV is still a problem, and I think all countries have done a significant job, but the rebranding opportunity goes back to creating the idea that now Africans, our biggest threat is non-communicable diseases, but it's also high time to bring HIV back into the model of holistic healthcare to treat the whole individual. And obviously, as somebody in the private sector, I consider myself one of the builders of Africa who chose to build the hard way as an entrepreneur. Innovation to us is a human right, because we cannot self-actualize if the environment is not conducive for us to repatriate our intellectual capacity on the continent. So a conversation around innovation with healthcare, technology, agriculture cannot happen without the understanding that those of us that are young and willing, we have a right to innovate as well. If you transition to the next slide, just a few things I want to highlight. What are some of the key lessons that we've learned? Our moderator mentioned COVID-19, which was a lesson. When we woke up and 80 to 94% of our medications imported onto the continent were disrupted. So as we talk about innovation, as we talk about access to healthcare, the Africa agenda should include not only manufacturing locally, but it goes back to trade, because it is harder for me to purchase essential medications from other African countries and bring it to Gambia than it is me buying medications from outside the continent as well. But also in terms of HIV, going back to the impact that we've had, we still have significant progress in terms of how do we separate discrimination. These people are vulnerable. These members of our key populations are our brothers, our sisters, our aunts, and our uncles. And even if we want to ignore elephants in the room, they exist. But COVID-19 also showed us that if we are not leveraging innovation, technology, last mile delivery, innovation happens best in the private sector, but we cannot do it alone because we function on the backs of our governments. We function on the backs of our donor agencies. So it has to be a collaborative approach to how we really make sure healthcare is a right. So as we transition, because I know we're limited with time, one of the things, recommendations and call to actions that I think should be taken into consideration. As a Gambian, I always say that rule for one cannot be rule for all, because our reality in a country that is 2.5 million people, we cannot apply regulations, frameworks of countries that have 200 million people. And when I say 2.5 million people, Gambia is about 1.5 million adults, because half of our population, 60% of our population has not celebrated 25 years old. So we have to be pragmatic in how we approach regulation. But from my perspective as an innovator whose main job is making sure Gambians have access to not only medications but healthcare early, we have to be pragmatic in our regulatory approach, but also decentralize. And I think Gambia is a beacon in terms of them embracing innovation in the healthcare space, because I am a byproduct of it. And that is not only the government creating the space to innovate, that is donor agencies, that is the sister organizations realizing that this is a solution that no one person could find. And leaving where I started off as we transition to the next slide, it's never doom and gloom. You could move to the next slide, actually. I think there's something that we could think about when it comes to Africa. I don't like using the word problems when it comes to Africa. I like using the word opportunities. Because if you look at the global landscape, Africa still has the greatest chance to reach prosperity than any other continent, because we are young and able. So even as we round out this, just something I want you guys to take into consideration. You can move to the next slide. This is the demographic advantage that Africa had, as I mentioned. Yes, we have failed some of our adults in Africa. If a man who's been hypertensive and diabetic for 20 years without proper care, a miracle's not going to add 20 years to that person's life. But we could learn from how and why we did not capture that individual through safety nets and go and chase that 10-year-old African to start educating them, giving them access to primary health care, decentralizing health care to just urban areas, because this is our advantage, is that number. 19.3 years and 60% of the population under 25. So as we strive towards making sure healthcare is accessible, we have to keep in mind that yesterday's problems are actually tomorrow's opportunity. But until healthcare is a right for us as Africans, whatever aspirations we have for sustained development would be a fool's errand. But it's still worth a fight. So I thank you.
Excellent. Excellent presentation, despite all the interruptions. Before I go to the next speaker, I would like you to think of 3 things that we would like you to share with us on top of this. Number 1 is the role of indigenous knowledge and medicine. Number 2 is the role of food, nutritious food, in reducing health burden. And number 3 is what message you have for the youth when it comes to healthy lifestyle, because that is what we would like to see, but that's not what we are seeing. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Ismail. And now I call Dr. Nathan Baketa. Okay, ladies first. Okay, so he has ceded his space to Sirando, who is going to speak to us from the UNAIDS Gambia, and the floor is yours. Maybe you want to go there.
I'll try. Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners, ministers, delegates from different countries, and colleagues from the UN system. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to join you today at the African Commission on on Human and People's Rights Second Joint Spatial Mechanism Forum to participate in this panel under the theme, the promotion and protection of the right to health as a prerequisite for sustainable development in Africa. Lessons from strategies addressing public health emergency. The right to health is a fundamental human right that is essential for the well-being and development of individuals and societies. The promotion and protection of the right to health is crucial for achieving sustainable development. Full realization of human rights in the response to HIV/AIDS is crucial to ending the epidemic by 2030, as committed in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ending AIDS is not just critical to realizing Goal 3, which is of the Sustainable Development Goal, which is ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages. It will also advance and depend on the progress of the many of the Sustainable Development Goals, such as gender equality, peace, justice, and inclusive institution, and partnership for the goals. The effective realization of the right to health in the global AIDS response means not only securing access to health care, but equally addressing the underlying determinants of health, in particular discrimination and stigma. The right to health is enshrined in various international and regional human rights instruments, including the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. It encompasses access to timely, acceptable, and affordable health care of appropriate quality. Ensuring the right to health is essential for reducing poverty, promoting social inclusion, and achieving economic growth. The Human Rights Council has issued a resolution on human rights in the context of HIV and AIDS, namely Resolution 38/8 in 2018, the most recent, and Resolution 16/28 in 2011, and Resolution 30/8 on the Human Rights Council contribution to the 2016 high-level meeting on HIV and AIDS. At this point, I want to just share a few statistics on the HIV response. Globally, 37 million people live with HIV. There are 1.8 million new infections every year. 22 million people are on treatment, and there has been a drop in deaths of 38% since 2010, and that 75% of people living with HIV know their status. However, there's been a decrease of only 18% in new HIV infections since 2010. There are people that have been left behind, and this includes youths, adolescent girls and young women, and the LGBTI community. 2/3 of all these new infections are in sub-Saharan Africa. And 1 in 4 of these new infections are among adolescent girls and young women. However, the AIDS response has been a pioneer in the expansion of the right to health and well-being. Advocacy for a rights-based health system provides the AIDS community with the leverage it needed to accelerate efforts to understand HIV and now to prevent and treat it. The AIDS response was both a driver of and driven by the progress achieved at the intersection between health and human rights. Its hallmark has been giving a voice to people living with HIV and giving affected communities and civil society the means to demand their right to health. People took to the streets, demanded access to life-saving medicines, and for prices to be brought down. They demanded confidentiality and treatment with dignity and without discrimination. They challenged workplace policies, education policies, gender and sexual norms, and lack of investment in health system. They became part of the solution at the front of service delivery. I want to just highlight key lessons from strategies in addressing public health emergencies. Public health emergencies such as the Ebola outbreak and the COVID-19 pandemic have highlighted the importance of robust healthcare systems and effective public health strategies. The lessons include the need for strong healthcare infrastructure and workforce, the importance of timely and accurate information dissemination, the role of international cooperation and support, the necessity of addressing social determinants of health. And to conclude, I just want to give you some recommendation or call to action regarding the HIV response. Just to say that the HIV response has been centered around 4 development principles. One is people taking a people-centered approach. Developments must prioritize the well-being of individuals and communities. 2, participation and inclusion. Everyone has the right to take part in shaping development policies and getting the right care. For example, key populations. Third principle is the issue of equity and non-discrimination. No one should be excluded to access health care based on gender, race, economic status, or other factors, including HIV status. Internal cooperation. Global cooperation is essential to ensuring fair and equitable development. And we have examples of Global Fund and PEFA programs supporting the world in providing funding for HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis. Sustainability. Development should safeguard environmental and social resources for our future generations. And like in most countries, UNAIDS is promoting a sustainable agenda of the HIV response. And also we have strategies promoting the right to health. To promote and protect the right to health in Africa, several strategies can be implemented. One is strengthening the healthcare system through increased domestic investment and capacity building. It is ever more so giving the status of ODAs in the entire world. Ensuring universal health coverage and access to essential medicines. Promoting health education and awareness campaigns. Addressing social determinants of health, such as poverty, education, food, and housing. And few recommendations or call to action for our member states. Given the uncertain funding environment, the unprecedented decline in ODA funds for health development, we hereby make a strong appeal to member states to commit 15% or more of their national budget to health in accordance with the Abuja Declaration. It is the duty of the state that everyone has the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. We must respect, promote, and fulfill human rights in the response to HIV/AIDS, as it is vital that we ensure that no one is left behind. Thirdly, we must continue to advocate and expand the shrinking space for civil society in many parts of the world. We must adopt policies that are more friendly to those who passionately defend the human rights of those who are vulnerable, including those who live with HIV/AIDS. Without such space and without mature partnership and trust between authorities and civil society, we hardly can expect that goal 3 and the other goals will be achieved. We need to start repealing punitive laws, including criminal laws that violate human rights and raise barriers, and on removing stigma and discrimination, policies and practice that impede and sometimes altogether bar the disadvantaged and marginalized from accessing information, as well as health goods and services that are critical to the prevention, treatment of HIV. We again urge member states, with the support of the United Nations, to join efforts to address violations of human rights, stigma and discrimination, especially faced by key population. We need to also address the inequality in access to health, including gender inequality, lack of education, sexual violence, just to name a few, in which create conditions in which the right of health is denied. In conclusion, the promotion and protection of the right to health is a critical component of sustainable development. By learning from past public health emergencies and implementing effective strategies, African countries can ensure that their population enjoy the highest attainable standard of health. This in turn will contribute to the overall development and prosperity of the country. Thank you very much. Jerry Jane Jeff.
Thank you very much, Siran. We are really stressed time-wise. I just wanted to raise 2 issues. One is a human rights issue that you should think about while the next speaker is speaking. We came across cases where women living with HIV and AIDS have been sterilized without their consent being sought. We came across this in one of our promotion missions, and it's something which really worried us. I would like to hear from you, because this is a serious human rights violation, what you think. Secondly, with regard to the disruption of health during COVID time, we'd like to know if the UNAIDS has done any study to know what this meant in terms of the cost or loss of life to people living with HIV/AIDS for lack of services during that period. And lastly, we would like to hear if you have any digitization programs, because we are thinking of an app for protecting people living with HIV and AIDS, and that is the first step in owning our own data in the continent. So thank you very much, and now I give the floor to Dr. Nathan. You'd said ladies first, so I hope you don't mind if we give you 2 minutes less. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, moderator, and I would like to ride on the protocol already established. And the reason why I asked my sister to go first is because a lot of what we're going to say was very similar, so I thought she would say most of the important things, and I just illustrate with a few examples. But just to start, the right to health is a fundamental human right, meaning that every individual is entitled to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. This right is recognized in many international human rights instruments, and being that we are in a conference on human rights, I'm sure you've gone through those. I don't have to go over them. But also in the WHO Constitution, it's not enough to just talk about access to health care, but we must also address the social and environmental factors that influence health. That is when we would have given health as a human right. Now, I just want to add that because of the limited time, I will just highlight a few things because a lot of this is available online anyway. One of the ways we ensure that health is a right is by making sure that people have access to quality services. In other words, services that are safe, do not cause any harm to the recipient, and meet the need of that person, and that those services are effective. We need to address the social or the determinants of health, some which are social, some are economical, some are environmental, things like water, sanitation, housing, education, and nutrition. But most importantly, the people we claim or we are providing health must participate in decision-making about the kind of health they want and how it is to be delivered. Now, I just want to use universal health coverage as an example of a rights-based approach to providing health. We all know that 80% of all cases, at least in our region in the sub-Saharan Africa, can be managed through primary health care. Meaning that if we invest in primary health care services, fewer cases will filter to us, to the secondary and tertiary institutions, and people will be managed to closer to where they live. So one of the things that has happened within our region is there has been a progressive reorientation of health systems towards primary health care. If you read the strategic plans of many of the nations represented here, there is a great emphasis on universal health coverage, which by the way means giving people the services they need, when they need them, where they need them, of an acceptable quality without those people getting into financial distress, okay, falling into poverty. That's what universal health care is. So we have also seen that the global family has come up with metrics that help us to measure the progress that countries are making towards achieving universal health coverage. And we've seen progress in our region. Not to the level we want, but there's definitely been progress since the SDGs were adopted. But one of the things that is challenging in making sure that we have universal coverage, health coverage, is the financing. For many of the health systems, they have been donor-driven, but we all know what has just happened in our world this year. So there is a need for many of the countries to look more at domestic financing of their health services by making sure that there is increased government contributions, like somebody said earlier. There have been some innovations like health insurance that is coming in, and also what we call the sin taxes, where you tax tobacco, you tax the sugary drinks, and contributing that money to the health sector. But also there has been a move to redefine health packages and modes of delivery. There used to be services that were previously only available in hospitals, but now there has been a revision of the mode of care, and more services, for example, for the non-communicable diseases, HIV, AIDS, name it, are more available at the primary health care, which makes it more effective and more accessible to the people who need them. But also, in addressing the determinants of health, there has been a move to come up with plans with policymakers and different stakeholders of making sure that that social determinants are mainstreamed into our planning, or health determinants are mainstreamed into all plans so that they are addressed. So the challenges we face in trying to provide health as a right, of course, are financial. Some of them are within the health system, the human resources, infrastructure, and so on. I can't go into the details, because of the limited time. So what role can we play as people who are advocating for human rights? I think we need to advocate that health is a human right just like any other and needs to be approached that way. We need to raise awareness of the health-related human rights. We need to talk about integrating this in our laws, policies, and strategies and programs. We need to build the capacity of the policymakers who determine how health is given in our countries. And also we need to strengthen coordination and collaboration in order for us to get the biggest impact by everybody playing their part. I thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll just have two questions for you. I don't know whether we have time. You've just underscored the importance of preventive health care. And given that hospitals maybe are not the best place for that to happen, how are you empowering community health outlets, outreach, and caregivers to be able to provide that at the community level so that they don't have to go to a hospital to get some of those services? And secondly, we know that WHO mobilized a lot of money to fight COVID, but now there's no COVID. So how can we access the money that was left unused to invest in other critical health issues, including HIV and AIDS? Thank you very much, my panelists. You've done a wonderful job. Now we don't have much time for questions because I think lunch is waiting. I have already a request from the floor, the minister from Angola, who will take the floor first, followed by, I've seen South Sudan, I've seen Eritrea, and I have seen, which country? Malawi or Mali? Malawi. If you can please just use 2 minutes to express yourself, that would be very much appreciated by the delegations. Minister of Angola, you have the floor.
Com a vossa permissão, honorável Presidente, prezada Comissária Moderadora, nós, na verdade, queremos usar da palavra para mostrarmos o nosso posicionamento face a um pronunciamento que foi feito a quando da apresentação do primeiro painel no âmbito deste fórum. Para o efeito, honorável Presidente, eu vou passar a palavra ao meu colega que é competente em razão da matéria. Por favor. Muito obrigada.
Honorável Sr. Remy Lumbo, Presidente da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, distintos comissários, excelências representantes dos Estados, ilustres representantes das
distinguished representatives of national institutions on human rights and civil society, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Angola ensures the right to education as defined in our Constitution, in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well on the ODS aligned with the African Agenda 2063. And Angola has promoted the rehabilitation and construction of schools in all national territory. From 2018 to 2023, as an example, we built 700 new schools and rehabilitated 313 schools, totaling 12,000 schools. With this number of schools, the country has attained the number of 200,000 students. In this sense, the allegation that in Angola, 73% of children are away of the school's education system doesn't correspond to the official data from the Angolan government, and we would like to know what was the source used so that we can work together and make available the official data.
Angola reaffirms its commitment to the rights to education as a fundamental pillar for human development, social justice, and consolidation of democracy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I believe this is a very important topic, and the panel has really exhaustively given us enough information on this. And this is a topic that I have done a lot of work on. And I really want to say this. Africans' production of medicine is almost 2%. And access is very important, but access to medicine is a combination. You have to have doctors, you have to have medicines, and you have to have facilities so that you are able to give the public the necessary health services. What I have seen in Africa, we have conflicting policies. Every country has its own policy on production and health services. We are not working in combination. And that is something that the policymakers in Africa need to overcome. Two, the CDC should not be only an advisory. The CDC is the Center for Disease Control in Africa, which is based in Addis, I believe. It is only giving advisory policies, and that is not giving enough way forward on how Africans can produce their own medicines. Now with the current policy in the US, what will Africa do to overcome the challenges on access to some vital medicines like the one of the HIV? I think, for me, proposing, Africans should follow the European Union style. They work in conjunction. They research together, and they have the training in one place. That is the only way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the delegate from Southern Sudan, for your intervention. We now give the floor to Eritrea. They need a microphone, please. After Eritrea, we have Malawi, then we have Mauritania, then we have one civil society intervention. Prof. Mandas. After Eritrea and Malawi and Mauritania.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving our delegations the floor. In the interest of time, I will focus on three main points that I think we need to raise in this important panel. One is the issue of African brain drain, that we Africans are losing our best minds, medical professionals every year to the west or to the east. And it was not reason in the panel, so maybe this is also one of the main challenges we are facing. I think we need to focus on. It's not a new challenge, but so far we have not been able to resolve or to mitigate it as Africans. So I think that is one of the main challenges in our health service issues. Another is, as my distinguished representative of South Sudan was raising about the medical production of medical medicines in Africa. I think there is one very serious challenge we are facing. That is IPR, the international intellectual property rights of the West, or the patent of products. It is not easy to produce as you wish in Africa. There are a lot of legal issues. So I think we as Africans, we need to coordinate our country's resources, capacities, and medical professionals to try our best to produce the best medicine, especially this one of HIV, diabetes, the very expensive ones in Africa. I think that will help a lot. It would have saved a lot of lives. And third is sustainable funding of health services. Health service is not a business. I think it has been commercialized now. So how we make it a service for the masses? I think this is a big challenge for us, the funding. And unfortunately now, USAID have stopped funding, the Trump administration, and many African countries are facing challenge. So I think this is a good wake-up call to focus on ourselves for self-sufficiency and self-reliance in funding our health services. And I think I will stop here. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Eritrea, Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. This is Malawi delegation, and my name is Dr. Lucy ACHPR. I'm so grateful to be in this discussion. I have 3 issues. And number 1 is that, they presented that there has been primary health care. I was trying to wonder, we had also what we called community integrated management of childhood illnesses, where we are looking at the community itself, empowering the community and the households. And at the household level, we had what we called care practices, which the household could practice to ensure that a child is well taken care of. I don't know where we are now. And then secondly, when we talk about investing, I have been looking at research that has said if we invest in the young child who is at the age of 0 to 3 or up to 8 years, we can reverse the poverty, the intergenerational poverty that goes from one generation to the other. This can only be cut down if we start investing in the child who is between 0 to 8 years. And I was just wondering, we are talking about, we have been having these donations, the ODA and everything. When are we going to start informing children on their own? And lastly, finally, is that when we talk about HIV/AIDS, we have got HIV/AIDS that transmitted from a mother to a child. We have seen children between 0 to 5 years getting treatment, and they are never told. They are never given even consent because they are still young. But however, they're not explained that you are on this kind of a treatment for so much, for so long. Are we not violating? Are we not abusing our children? We don't need to have these practices where we teach the children that you will be having these drugs because of this and that. But I've seen so many children, I've met them. They say, I'm on treatment, but I don't know. My mother's never told me. Are we not violating the rights of the children? Because she or he has got a right to have a good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Malawi. I think the president of the Children's Committee has taken note of those questions. Much as we are taking care of, taking your comments on human rights, I think the issues of children's rights has got a whole charter in the African Union. And the president is here with us, and I'm sure he's taken note. Now we give the floor to Mauritania. We don't have much time, and the last question goes to NGO, and we close.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I will try to be brief. I would like, first of all, to thank the esteemed panelists for their brilliant and enlightening insights on the promotion and the protection of the right to health care as a prerequisite to sustainable development in Africa. Mauritania has made significant strides in aligning its sustainable development initiatives with human rights principles, reflecting a strong commitment to inclusive growth and social equity. Thus, and in accordance with our national strategy for accelerated growth and shared prosperity, which is our blueprint for inclusive growth in the horizon of 2023, the government worked on strengthening our healthcare system by providing medicines and improving their quality, expanding the recruitment of medical personnel across the various categories, and enhancing working conditions. An average of 23 healthcare professionals per 10,000 people has been achieved so far. Efforts also were made To achieve a comprehensive healthcare coverage, the number of insured individuals was doubled to reach 1/3 of the population now. This was accomplished by providing healthcare insurance to 100,000 one of the poorest families at an annual cost of $53 million US. In addition, of course, to establishing the Social Participatory Insurance Fund, CNAS, which benefited over 43,000 people in its first year. These initiatives combined enable the coverage and accessibility of healthcare service to reach approximately 80% by the end of last 2024, and hopefully efforts will continue to reach the universal SDGs by 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're giving the last intervention. 1 minute, please.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Cuba exporte ses médecins. Cuba n'est pas un pays riche. Aujourd'hui, les médecins cubains viennent sur le continent africain. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas là quelque chose, un modèle, ou en tout cas, il faut se pencher sur cette question. Comment Cuba, avec ses faibles moyens et avec les embargos qui ont frappé ce pays aujourd'hui, voit ses médecins arriver sur le continent africain? Il y a même une demande de médecins cubains. Deuxièmement, Madame la Présidente, la Commission africaine a adopté, et je pense que la ratification, le protocole sur les personnes âgées, je parle sous le contrôle de Madame la Commissaire Abomo, est entré en vigueur. Je n'ai pas entendu parler de la santé des personnes du troisième âge. Je n'ai pas entendu parler de la santé des personnes frappées par des handicaps, les handicapés qui jonchent les rues sur le continent africain. Enfin, Madame la Présidente, la couverture maladie universelle est une...
Health coverage, it's an adjustment variable. It exists in many countries, including my country, Senegal, but it's a system that is somewhat efficient. Today, the universal map no longer works in the health systems. That's what I wanted to say. And finally, the structural adjustment plan with the Bretton Woods institutions actually redefine the health systems, and until today, it hasn't been, that wrong hasn't been put right. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
in Southern Africa. I think we have said it, this is a gross violation of human rights based on somebody's status, based on somebody's gender, and we should do everything, and UNAIDS has done a lot in terms of advocacy against this practice. It's not it's a violation of one's right. And also the issue of COVID. I think we've learned a lot from the HIV response during COVID. Testing, we had a history of testing. Also tracing, how do you trace people? Also the issue of people living with HIV/AIDS. Many deaths were averted because of multi-month dispensation, which was in effect, and it was expanded during COVID. So there were a lot of lessons learned from the HIV response. Also issues around stigma and discrimination. We saw a lot of that during COVID, people who were stigmatized because of COVID. So I would say there were a lot of things learned from HIV during COVID, and we can. I don't have the exact number of fatalities related to that, but I know that a lot of people's lives were saved because of the already existing mechanisms that were in place as HIV, the HIV sector. The issue around digitalization of data, I think UNAIDS is known for its data capacity. We do our estimates for each country. We do compile data that are used by all partners, and this is well known. And yes, we are going digital, and we have done some digital apps to use for awareness raising, to use for patient care. All that is available, and we will share the information and in various countries. I also want to touch on the issue of PMTCT, which is mother to child transmission. I think for any test that is done, you need counseling is done. Yes, they might be underage, but they would be counseled that this is what is happening. And we also, one of the stumbling blocks that we have observed is the age of consent. We're thinking of how do we reduce this, because we have seen it as a barrier to access to health. Because if a child at 12 doesn't have, cannot have, health care because he has to seek parental consent, it deters immediate treatment. So these are some of the bottlenecks that we're also revisiting, and see how we can ensure that no child, in fact, there should not be a child born with HIV and AIDS due to mother-to-child transmission, because the mechanisms are there, the health care is there. So I think this is a failure on our part, and it's something that we're looking into. Thank you.
As the last person, I think a lot of what was said on the health side were comments, but I'll just pick out two things. Number one, on the issue of domestic funding, I think all countries have to go back and relook at the way they're going to finance their health services, and look at some of these innovative packages that are coming up to make sure we strengthen that, because the landscape of ODA has changed dramatically. We have to look inward. The other thing I just want to comment about in the 1 minute I've been given is about the community health services, an issue that was raised by Malawi. I think strengthening universal health coverage through a PHC approach includes community health services, but each country needs to define the kind of community health package they want, community health service delivery system, but it's the models differ depending upon the needs. But that is already in place, and Malawi is one of those countries I'm certain has a strong community health system.
So thank you very much. Panelists, could we please give them a round of applause? A round of applause. They have done a great job in a very short time, and we wish you a good lunch. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Lita. Alors, je crois qu'on va encore les applaudir, non? Même si on a faim. Alors, nous allons partir pour la pause déjeuner pour 1 heure. Ensuite, nous reviendrons pour 2 sessions très importantes, donc j'espère que nous serons à l'heure. Nous allons parler de l'inclusion au développement pour les personnes vulnérables. Donc, nous allons parler des handicapés, des prisonniers, des personnes âgées, des femmes, des réfugiés, des placés internes, des enfants. Et aussi, nous parlerons du respect de la vie et de la dignité humaine. Donc, j'espère que vous serez tous au rendez-vous. Bon appétit à tous. Nous revenons dans 1 heure, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
We would like to invite all the invited guests, speakers, to join us for lunch. Excellencies, ambassadors, and representatives of member states joining us for the forum. You'll be ushered to the VIP room to have lunch with our commissioners and excellencies, ambassadors, and honorable ministers who have already been on the ground. The other invited guests are kindly requested to join the banquet room on the ground floor. The distinguished delegates in the banquet room on the ground floor for lunch. And we have students from the Faculty of Law, University of the Gambia. Our ushers will come to you also to lead you to where you will have lunch. For staff members and all service providers, as well as for staff members and all service providers for the session, the service point for lunch remains the same. We will be back in 45 minutes, please, because we are more than an hour and a half behind time. 45 minutes, please, which means we come back at 3:30. Yes. 3:30 p.m., please. Thank you so much.
إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدول. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذا باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة والجزائر. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة والجزائر. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة والجزائر. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة والجزائر. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجهوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة وادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة ووادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة ووادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني وعلى المستوى كذلك الدولي. إذن باعتباره كذلك آلية تساهم بمعية مجموعة من الشركاء في التتبع تنزيل السياسات العمومية ومدى ملائمتها مع التشريعات الوطنية وكذلك المواثيق الدولية. الملتقى يشكل فرصة يعني فريدة من نوعها من أجل تبادل التجارب من طرف كل الفاعلين في مجال حقوق الإنسان من مختلف دول القارة الإفريقية، وهو كذلك يشكل فرصة للترافع عن قضايا حقوق الإنسان إما على المستوى الجهوي الوطني أو الدولي. ميمونة السيد رئيسة اللجنة الجوية لحقوق الإنسان بجهة الداخلة ووادي الذهب. نحن اليوم نشارك في الملتقى الأول للآليات الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان كمجلس وطني لحقوق الإنسان، باعتباره مؤسسة وطنية تعنى بحماية والنهوض بثقافة حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني.
Maximilienne Gambé, c'est mon nom. Je suis la directrice exécutive du réseau des défenseurs des droits humains en Afrique centrale, le RIDAC. On couvre 8 pays de l'Afrique centrale, en dehors du Burundi et du Rwanda. Alors, pour nous, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, c'est un instrument efficace pour la protection et la promotion des droits humains qui a donné un espace, n'est-ce pas, aux OSC, aux ONG. Et nous sommes très, très, très fiers aujourd'hui d'être là pour le premier forum. Ce que nous recommandons, c'est que les États partis donnent un peu plus de moyens, rendent la Commission indépendante, un peu plus de moyens financiers, parce que sans moyens financiers, il n'est pas possible de continuer, n'est-ce pas, d'aller dans toute l'Afrique pour promouvoir et protéger les droits humains. Merci.
My name is Wangeshi Grace Kahuria. I'm the Executive Director of the Independent Medical Legal Unit, which is a national civil society organization based in Kenya. I am attending the first joint session of the African Commission on Peoples and Human Rights, and it is indeed a great opportunity for the Commission, for civil society, for governments to sit and talk around issues pertaining to human rights and the status of human rights in Africa. I do want to acknowledge that this has been a great space to share our thoughts, to share our experiences, to share and articulate issues around the status of human rights in Africa. Now, what I'm taking home is the importance of leveraging on the different mandates of the different levels of governance within the Africa Commission, but also the relationship between civil society, the academia, and the Commission. Of great importance is a convening space that the Commission brings, the fact that it is able to gather all of us from Africa to a session where we can discuss without fear, we can discuss without any form of intimidation, we can discuss from the realities of the organizations and the spaces that we serve. And we do realize that the provisions of the different international instruments, the different protocols provide for us the legal impetus on how to manage, to monitor, to report on human rights in Africa. Now, coming from Kenya, I really are delighted that Kenya is one of the countries that has submitted its reports, the state reports on human rights, and I think that is a fundamental, that's fundamental progress that the country has made. However, it's not just about submission of reports, it's about articulation of human rights in the country. IMLU is an organization that focuses on issues around torture, on issues around the right to picket, the right to assembly, the right to association, the right to expression. And from our work and from the conversations that we've had, from the monitoring that we have had, we note that this is a space that requires a lot more work. And so the question is, how do we get the support of the Commission to make sure that these issues are brought to the fore and to the light of the country so that commitments are made to address this issue? And so this is an important space, and I do want to appreciate that a lot of progress has been realized, and we can take it forth in the next session.
I'm Eric Mundia, Policy and Advocacy Manager at ACHPR Africa Alliance. We work to support women reproductive health rights in Africa. This session has been very good. It's the first joint session of the ACHPR. It has been an incredible 3 days sharing with the commissioners, with other stakeholders, state parties, and like-minded CSOs. This has been a position of reflection on what needs to be done, what are the next steps, and also to look back at some of the great strides that we have made. We hope to see you next time in the next session where we shall share more and also deliberate on how to make African people's human rights situation better. Thank you.
I am Honorable Farah Maalim from the Kenyan National Assembly. I attended the African Commission for Human and People's Rights conference in Dakar, Senegal. It's important for us to face some of these challenges of the modern days as a continent together. It's very important that the continent that moves together. We don't want to get into a situation in which certain parts or regions of the continent make leaps and strides in attaining human and people's rights, and certain parts also suffering the scourges of the extreme violations of their basic human and people's rights. So I think this conference was very good, and we have agreed on a number of things. And one of it is to domesticate the Commission's work so that they work with the very grassroots-based people, the rural folks. This does not have to become an elitist kind of a body where people meet only in capital cities and where lawyers, engineers, and doctors are the ones who contribute. It's important for them to understand the problems, the human rights problems of the peoples in the very, very, simple and very humble rural settings. It's also important that Africa wakes up to the realization that we have historical injustices that were done to us. Injustices in the form of slavery, colonization, and neo-colonization, the extraction and exploitation of the raw minerals and resources of the African continent. And the people who are responsible for that are known. It's the first world. They must be able to prepare themselves for reparations as well as compensation. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Isaac Annan. I represent the Parliament of Ghana. In terms of what I can say about the forum so far, I can say it's been very, very insightful. It has been cross-fertilization of ideas from various organizations and state actors. The mandate or the work of the Commission, I think basically the Commission that promotes and protects rights, it has become clear that it needs to do more in terms of trying to deepen knowledge of various actors or various stakeholders in terms of human rights and protection by making sure that the various countries that form the Commission, the member states, in terms of their legal education and judicial officers, especially judges, are deepened so that it will enhance the promotion and protective mandate of the Commission.
To the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia.
your attention, please. May we be seated. So we're going to resume our session. I'm now going to invite the Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo. Honorable Commissioner, ACHPR SM, who represents Honorable Commissioner Manuela Teresa, who's unavoidably absent. I hope that our Vice Chair is online with us, Honorable Wilson Almedia Adao, Chair of the AU AGAD platform and Chair of the Committee of the Rights and Welfare of the Child, Mr. Atobi and Mrs. Tida Juf, to come up to the podium, please, and join us. Like I announced earlier, it is to promote inclusiveness in development, more specifically to protect the rights of vulnerable peoples, especially prisoners, people living with disabilities, the elderly, women, children, internally displaced persons, and children for sustainable development in Africa. We know that vulnerable persons are not the only ones. The list is very long. We've tried to shorten it. We try to keep it short. We have children, women, and older persons. Just a cycle of life. So the objective, the goal, to see how the sustainable development goals that is able to reduce gender equality and to reduce disparities among countries and within the countries, and how these strategies will help to overcome inclusive and sustainable development challenges, emphasizing on women, people living with disabilities, and older persons. I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Mrs. Marie-Louise Abobo to lead us throughout the session. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor, madam. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I audible enough? Loud and clear? Is the microphone not working?
The French language interpreter is supposed to.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear participants, I greet you all. As it has been announced, we're going to move on to section 5, which is on the concerns the promotion of inclusive development by protecting the rights of vulnerable persons, especially prisoners, people living with disabilities, older persons, women, refugees, internally displaced persons, and children for sustainable development in Africa. It is an absolute privilege for me to moderate this 5th session of the 2nd Forum of Special Mechanisms. That those objectives have been spelled out already. So this session seeks to discuss the strategies that will enable us to overcome sustainable and inclusive development challenges, emphasizing on women, people living with disabilities, and older persons. You will recall that the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, as spelled out by the United Nations, seeks, among other things, to reduce gender equality, goal number 5, and to reduce disparities within countries and among countries, goal 10. The older persons and people living with disabilities are mentioned in Article 18 of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights as vulnerable persons, just like children and women. These groups are part of the various groups that have been specifically protected by special texts, just like internally displaced persons and refugees. Regard to prisoners, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has designed instruments for their management. The implementation of these instruments by states will surely help to promote development and is a vital step and a prerequisite for the achievement of the Africa that we want. This vulnerable category are entitled to special measures that will help to re-establish equality and equity in the society. It is not a favor that is being done to them. It's about rights, it's about entitlements, it's an obligation under the seal of shared responsibility. Consequently, the established expertise that make up this panel. We have 2 commissioners, 2 special rapporteurs. The special rapporteur on the rights of women, there is special rapporteur on prisons and detention conditions, and we have 3 specialists, 3 experts on the rights of the child. So I mentioned the chair of the committee on the rights of the child and a young civil servant from UNICEF, Ms. Tina, as well as Mr. Adjuni, who is also an academic. There's experience in issues of health development. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Honorable Commissioner Sanjay, who's a special rapporteur on the rights of women and who's the vice chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to make his presentation. Mrs. Vice Chair, you have the floor. If you are online and you can hear us, the floor is yours.
I'm online, and it is really my distinguished honor and privilege to be taking part in this panel, Madam Moderator, to contribute my insights on the issue of promoting inclusivity in development, protecting the rights of vulnerable groups for sustainable development in Africa. Madam Moderator, allow me to salute and recognize you as the moderator and to greet all the panelists, to greet all the state delegates, civil society, and national human rights institutions that are present here. I think after listening to the seminal keynote address from the professor and the statistics that have been given by the Afrobarometer, it is clear that the whole spectrum has been covered. But that notwithstanding, I will still share my specific insights on the issue of inclusivity. And I will start by saying that the promotion of inclusivity is a legal and moral imperative, central to the attainment of the right to development, as enshrined in multiple international and regional instruments. The Sustainable Development Goals have been mentioned, particularly Goals 1, 5, 10, and 16, which underscore the necessity of reducing inequalities, promoting gender equality, and ensuring inclusive, equitable, and participatory development for all. At the regional level, as has been already mentioned, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which affirms the right of every individual, and I want to focus on every because we're dealing with the issue of inclusivity, the right of every individual to economic, social, and cultural development. And we have that in Article 22. which emphasizes collective and inclusive advancement. Maputo Protocol further strengthens this mandate by requiring states parties to eliminate discrimination against women and ensure their participation in the development processes. Complementing this instrument, we have the Protocol on Social Protection and Social Security. And today we have the newly adopted AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Both reinforce the need for inclusive systems that protect vulnerable groups, address systemic inequalities, and guarantee access to resources and opportunity. Together, these instruments create a robust legal foundation, obligating states to adopt inclusive policies and frameworks as a precondition for realizing the right to development for all, particularly marginalized and underrepresented populations. Furthermore, Africa's development blueprint, that is Agenda 2063, envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens. And similarly, the Global 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development pledges to leave no one behind. Despite this normative framework, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegate, millions of Africans, particularly those belonging to vulnerable or historically marginalized groups, remain excluded from development processes and outcomes, and this has been clearly illustrated by Afrobarometer. This exclusion is not incidental. It reflects deeply rooted structural inequalities, discriminatory policies, in some cases lack of political will, and development approaches that fail to consider human rights and live realities meaningfully. Amongst those most affected are persons with disabilities, as you mentioned, Moderator, older persons, children, prisoners, refugees, internally displaced persons. And cutting across all these groups, women and girls who experience multiple and intersecting forms of vulnerability. What is important is that inclusive development is a human rights imperative, clearly enshrined in regional and international framework. Development that excludes is inherently unsustainable because it brings social fragmentation, exacerbates inequality, erodes, entrenches marginalization, undermines social cohesion, and ultimately erodes peace, cohesion, stability, and prosperity of the continent. And of course, resulting in stalling progress and denying vulnerable groups, especially women and marginalized communities, their fundamental right to fully participate in and benefit from development processes. As a special report on the rights of women, I would like to look at the right to develop from a gender lens. And I'd like to focus on women who remain amongst the most vulnerable groups across all contexts of exclusion, whether they are refugees, displaced persons, prisoners, persons with disability, elderly persons, persons who are living with HIV/AIDS, or part of indigenous communities. What is clear is that women and girls in these settings face layered and compounding force of discrimination. Therefore, the intersectionality of women's rights and the right to development highlights the essential understanding that sustainable development is achieved without addressing the multiple and overlapping forms of discrimination that women face. The right to development are recognized in the African Charter and affirmed in other instruments like the Maputo Protocol, demand that development processes be inclusive, equitable, and gender responsive. This requires a deliberate focus on dismantling structural barriers and ensuring that all women, particularly those at the margins, can fully participate in, contribute to, and benefit from development. A rights-based intersectional approach is therefore not only a legal obligation, but also a practical necessity for achieving transformative and inclusive development outcomes that leave no one behind. And I can just give an illustration of a few areas. In the economic realm, women in Africa make over 60% of the informal workforce. They are the backbone of agriculture, trade, caregiving, and small-scale enterprises, yet they are often denied secure land, access to credit, decent working conditions, and social protection. A similar pattern is seen in education. Despite progress in enrollment rates, millions of girls continue to be excluded from quality education. Barriers such as early marriage, adolescent pregnancy, unpaid care responsibility, gender-based violence, and inadequate menstrual hygiene infrastructure disproportionately hinder their educational advancement. In the area of health, we just listened to the equality and now the newly adopted AU Convention on ending violence against women and girls. All provide strong legal and policy foundations for ensuring women's full and equal participation in all spheres of life. These frameworks commit states to eliminate discrimination, uphold gender equality, and empower women politically. To promote inclusivity also, we have the president of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The African Commission continues to collaborate with sister organs of the AU in the development and adoption of a knowledge product. This is exemplified in a collaboration between the Commission and the Committee in developing the Joint General Comment on Ending Child Marriage and Joint General Comment on Female Genital Mutilation. This collaboration marks a significant step towards a unified and coherent interpretation of the right to development, particularly as it applies to women and children. However, despite all this collaboration and collaborative effort, persistent gaps lies in implementation. Many of these commitments remain on paper, with limited translation of actionable programs, budgetary allocation for institutional reforms. The absence of political will, weak accountability mechanisms, and entrenched patriarchal norms continue to hinder the realization of these rights. As a result, women's perspectives are routinely sidelined in development planning, peace building, climate action, and governance processes, leading to interventions that fail to address the structural barriers women face and reinforcing cycles of exclusion and inequality. Thus, the state reporting obligation presents a critical opportunity for advancing human rights and accountability, particularly in the context of the right to development and the promotion of gender equality. Through our periodic reporting on the instruments like the Maputo Protocol and other relevant human rights instruments, states are compelled to assess and reflect on their progress, challenges, and gaps in implementing legal commitments. Africa's development is not uniform and linear. It is characterized by challenges, in some cases progress, resilience, and innovation, as we've been told by the young doctor. Across the continent, we have seen encouraging strides in infrastructure, technology, governance, and regional integration. Thus, the state reporting progress fosters transparency, encourages dialogue between governments and civil society, and most importantly, enables the identification of good practices and areas needed reform. Moreover, reporting creates a platform of inclusive participation, allowing marginalized voices, especially those of women and girls, to influence policy direction and demand accountability. Ultimately, reporting obligation serves not only as a compliance mechanism, but as a strategic tool for catalyzing transformative change, reinforcing the intersection of rights, and promoting inclusive sustainable development. Madam Moderator, having highlighted the context with regard to women and their vulnerabilities and intersectionality, I'd like to offer a few recommendations for consideration. What is important is that we must move from mere commitment to concrete action to build a sustainable future that benefits all Africans, and I'll propose the following. States must harmonize their national development plans with binding human rights instruments, including the Maputo Protocol and the African Charter, in regard to gender-responsive and rights-based budgeting, and this should be institutionalized to ensure that no group is left behind. Government should prioritize investment in women-led enterprises, rural livelihood, and the informal economy. Infrastructure must be inclusive by design. Schools, healthcare, transport, energy, and digital services should reflect the realities of women, as well as those facing intersecting vulnerabilities. Women and marginalized groups must be beneficiaries and active participants in development processes, in terms of participating in planning, transparent monitoring, disaggregated data collection by gender, age, disability, and discrimination status. And these are key to ensuring accountability and effectiveness. In post-conflict situations, women should play a vital role in peace building and reconstruction, which is essential to achieving lasting peace and sustainable development. Adopting this approach is in line with UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which ensures inclusive recovery, addresses structural inequalities, and lays the foundation for resilient and just society. My favorite topic, universal ratification and implementation of the Maputo Protocol, and the swift ratification and entry into force of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls are urgent and necessary steps to advance the right to development by addressing the lived realities of women and girls, ensuring that gender equality, protection, and inclusive progress for all. And of course, states should ensure timely and inclusive state reporting as a key accountability measure for upholding human rights and advancing inclusive development. Madam Moderator, I will conclude by highlighting that the question is not whether sustainable development can be achieved, but whether it can be realized without confronting and addressing exclusion, inequality, and injustice. And the answer is unmistakably, it cannot. As Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, I reiterate that no development agenda can succeed unless women, especially those facing multiple layers of vulnerability, are visible, safeguarded, protected, and empowered. I thank you all for your kind attention. Madam Moderator, I submit.
Merci, Madame la rapporteure spéciale. Merci pour votre intervention. Vous nous dites qu'il y a un cadre juridique solide, mais en dépit de ce cadre, il y a des inégalités.
Development without women wouldn't be considered any real development, and to this end, state must comply or adhere to the binding instruments that they have ratified. They have to invest in women entrepreneurship, and they have to think of the women, or think of women in all sustainable development actions. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to give the floor to the second special rapporteur, Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, who is in charge of prisons and detention conditions, and whose presentation will be done by Honorable Commissaire Atem, to my right, who decided to take on this. Mr. Commissioner, the floor is yours. Thank you, Madam Chair. My respects to all those who are present in the hall, as well as it is my pleasure to speak on behalf of Honorable Commissioner Manuela Teresa. Our mechanisms are very close. I'm in charge of torture, so she's also a member with us in the torture mechanism, or the mechanism on torture. So honorably cautioned by, while thanking the chair, Madam Marie-Louise Abomo, as well as all the panelists, the mechanisms on prison detention conditions and the policing action in Africa. I'd like to underscore the theme discussed, sustainable development and human rights, is cross-cutting through all the mechanisms of the Commission. So the human rights provides a framework for inclusive and equitable development, and it does not leave anybody out. And as well as the important role that this same framework plays in stimulating or fostering development, sustainable development, in order to guarantee social justice, equality, and gender equality and access to justice for all. People deprived of freedoms have to be covered as well. In this slide, states signatory to the African Charter have to protect human rights of prisoners, except of those who were committed crimes. And among the restrictive rights to health, food, education are not included. I would like to underscore that because they are a major challenge in our prisons today, and they are also a challenge for sustainable development. They focus on African human resources. Aspiration 6 that seeks to work for an Africa where development is focused on people freeing the potential of, unlocking the potential of these women and young people. Ladies and gentlemen, the prison is managed by the government, and once they're integrated into the society, they should be able to provide positive contribution to sustainable development. They have to be prepared academically and professionally to this end. Otherwise, the criminal cycle will continue because they will not be able to adapt to the social rules because they don't have the academic, technical, or professional capacities to be reintegrated. I'd like to seize this opportunity to recall or remind states that a good number of young people of both sexes are imprisoned, especially in provisional detention. This situation should be of concern to the judicial and legislative organs because many of them are in prison for things that be considered as misdemeanors. So this is better explained in the principles on the decriminalization of minor offenses. I like to underscore that the Commission is undertaking a study on this, and some issues will be dealt with in depth, and the outcome will be presented and recommendations will be made for stakeholders so that we can change our vision about this reality. Accordingly, I'd like to invite the state parties, NGOs, Human Rights Commission, and other international partners here present to take part in this effort in order to find solutions that respect human rights and sustainable development without leaving anybody aside. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Artem. I'd like to thank Commissioner Manuela if she's online. This draws our attention to the fact that prisoners will end up being released. And when they are released, they have to be reintegrated into the society. They have to be reintegrated in a useful manner. So they need to be prepared through education, through training, and of course, by good health and good health. So we like to invite states and other stakeholders to take part in this study that the Commission, the African Commission and African Commission is undertaking on the issues of prisons and detention conditions. I think the message is clear. I would like to thank her for that intervention. Now we're going to discuss the issue of children. Needless to say, they are the prototype of vulnerable persons. Like I said, for this we have three experts, three specialists. We have the chair of the rights on welfare of children, Mrs. Tida from UNICEF, and Mr. Solomon Atiboni, who's an experienced academic. Mr. Chair, Mr. Solomon, I'm going to give the floor to the young lady so that she can do her presentation. Mrs. Tinda, the floor is yours.
Of vulnerable people. Children are, of course, one of the key, most important people that we should focus on. And for UNICEF, by virtue of our mandate, we work with a group of vulnerable people, the children. However, even within our interventions, we target the most vulnerable, such as children with disabilities. And I think to a large extent, because of limitation in time, my presentation is mostly going to be focused on that. Our mandate as UNICEF, as you know, is very much deeply rooted in international human rights instruments, such as the CRC, the CRPD, and other international instruments. The CRC in particular have specific articles that touch on inclusion, such as Article 2, which talks about non-discrimination. We also have Article 6 and Article 12. Article 6 is on development and thriving, and Article 12, as we know, talks about participation, which is also promoting inclusion. Other internal documents or mechanisms in place that we have within UNICEF, such as our strategic plan, also puts in place mechanisms that mainstreams inclusion throughout our programs. For example, in our current strategic plan, which is the 2022-2025 strategic plan, we have key goal areas in education, protection, and health, which all aims to promote inclusion and reduce inequalities. Our work equally also adds to the, supports the African development agenda, such as the Agenda 2063, which emphasizes on partnership with government and other key stakeholders. And at UNICEF, we mainly work with our partners in ensuring that the rights of children are met. Now, coming to the problem statement that is relevant to this theme. Despite global commitments under SDGs, such as the SDG 5, which talks on gender equality, and SDG 10, which is on reducing inequalities, we know that vulnerable children, especially those with disabilities, remain among the most marginalized, often excluded from essential services such as education, healthcare, and protection. Now, this is mostly strengthened, or this is mostly pushed forward by structural discriminations, lack of disability-sensitive data, and weak enforcement of legal protection, which continues to limit inclusive development. And to a large extent, this undermines the principle of leaving no one behind and poses a direct threat to sustainable development. Now, we should always continue to emphasize on the fact that inclusion is a matter of right and social justice. Vulnerable people should be at the heart of development, as exclusion can be very costly. Take, for example, a child or an adolescent who is excluded from essential services such as education and health. This will eventually lead to adults who would have less opportunities in terms of employment, poorer health outcomes, and more dependence on their families and government services. I heard in the previous session, one of the people who gave an intervention talk about the cycle of poverty. And we really need to emphasize and recognize that if we do not break this cycle at an early age, when we do not work with children to help them develop and thrive, it will be very difficult for us to break this cycle, as that is where the foundation is. Now, looking at key points and findings in relation to this theme, we have noticed that there are very much gaps in terms of implementation when it comes to legal and policies that are in place. In the case of the Gambia, for example, we have registered milestones in terms of legislation, such as the legislation, the Disability Act of 2021, as well as gender policy that was recently validated. However, there are very huge gaps when it comes to implementations of these policies and legislations, which is mainly in many instances due to technical, financial, and human capacities. We also noted that there is a stigma and discrimination, and this is largely due to low public awareness of rights of children, especially those with disabilities. There is also a big challenge when it comes to education in terms of inadequate inclusive education systems, lack of trained teachers, accessible infrastructure, and adapted learning materials, which in turn leads to high dropout and there is also a big challenge in health services, as there are limited access to healthcare and rehabilitation, especially in rural areas, insufficient specialized personnel as well as services. Now, we also talk about engagement of children, who are by default a very vulnerable group. We always encourage and promote the participation of children, as children are rarely consulted or included in decisions affecting them. However, the emphasis here is always meaningful participation. It's not just enough for us to have children be on the table, but we have to really take into account their their voices and what they have given us for us to work with. So it's always important for us to ensure that they're participating, but of course meaningfully. Now, we recently have the concluding observations from the CRC committee, and part of the recommendations they gave were to implement inclusive education policies, to train relevant professionals, strengthen community-based services, and conduct awareness campaigns to combat stigma. So moving forward, as recommendations and call to action, we would recommend that there is an enhancement of data. We realize that in many instances, data is available, but it's not disaggregated. And so there is the need to establish national systems for disaggregated data on the most vulnerable children to inform evidence-based policies and resource allocation. We also need to talk about child rights monitoring. Generally, in most countries, we have human rights monitoring. However, we would emphasize on the need to have child rights monitoring mechanisms in place as well, so that we would keep track of progress being made. There is also the need to implement national policies, as mentioned earlier, to promote inclusive early childhood development, facilitate participation of children, especially the most vulnerable, such as children with disabilities, enhance awareness campaigns, make sure that people know the rights of children, especially those who are marginalized, and also ensure accessibility of public infrastructure. There is the need to audit and modify public facilities such as schools and health centers to ensure accessibility for children in general, but specifically for children with disabilities. And finally, on a final note, UNICEF reaffirms its commitment to ensuring that all children enjoy their rights to education, health, and protection. We will continue to support and work with government and partners in advancing the rights of the most vulnerable and ensure that their rights and potentials are fully realized using the rights-based approach. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame Tida. Merci pour
the presentation of the work on UNICEF. UNICEF supports the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. You must have noticed that children are marginalized, and a marginalized child grows up becoming a marginalized adult. From what you're saying, you've noted that a lot of shortcomings in the implementation of policies by states as a result of financial shortcomings and issues of lack of capacity and health issues. You are proposing that children should be involved, they should be heard on situations which concern them. You call this useful participation by children. You stand for a policy of inclusive education, and you suggest that the staff should be better trained. You recommend that the presentation of data should be done appropriately, clearly, so that there should be better policies to deal with this situation. You also propose that there should be a monitoring mechanism for the rights of children through specific policies. And I would want to ask you, you respond afterwards, what's your relationship with the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child? You can respond later. So I'd like to thank you for all what you have given to us today by way of information. Now, Chair, should I give you the floor now, or you'd like to speak last? What's your suggestion? Should I give you the floor right away, or should I give the floor to Professor Atibuni? Professor Atibuni, I'm going to give you the floor. He is a specialist university lecturer in the field of development, in the field of health and child protection. And he has been in many workshops, has managed many programs on skills in Africa and out of Africa. He's also a member of the Alliance for the Protection of the Child in the Gambia. You have the floor, sir.
Acting National Coordinator for Child Protection Alliance. Before I proceed, I think I may not take a lot of time because the lady beside me has said all. I can just give you a brief overview of Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia. I have a presentation. I don't know whether they can project it. So I'm basically going to talk about promoting inclusivity in protecting the rights of vulnerable groups in the Gambia. But I had a presentation, but I can still present from here. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about promoting inclusivity in protecting the rights of children in the Gambia. But basically, I need to first give an overview of Child Protection Alliance. Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia, popularly referred as CPA here in the Gambia, is a civil society organization established in 2001 as an umbrella organization of local and international organizations that work within the scope of child protection and child rights governance. Just to inform you, actually UNICEF is the initiator of Child Protection Alliance, and all organizations in the Gambia became members of Child Protection Alliance, so long as they work within issues of child rights protection and child rights governance. So at the inception of CPA, there were a total of 56 member organizations. But as of 2025, there are 38 active member organizations. So the CPA operation is guided by a strategic plan, which is from 2021 to 2025, actually this year, that emphasizes on protecting children, promoting child rights, preventing child abuse, and participation of children. So our vision is a child-friendly Gambia, where the right of every child to protection from abuse, violence, and exploitation is realized. So our mission is that our mission is a non-profit member organization which provides opportunities for the building and strengthening of knowledge, skills, resources for members and organizations, including the private sector and individuals in the promotion of child rights in the Gambia. CPA partners with all stakeholders as well as coordinate and monitor child rights issues in the Gambia. So our strategic goal is to enhance alliance members and CSOs operation in enabling environment and promote child participation in political, economic, social, cultural, and human rights protection of all children. Just to give you a brief summary of what I said, among the member organizations, we have organizations like Child Fund, SOS Children's Village, we have locally, we have Gambia Red Cross Committee, we have ISRA, that is the Institute for Social Reform Action, we have Think Young Women, we have GAMCOTRAP, there are many. That's just a brief overview for those who are coming outside Gambia to understand what CPA is all about. So, problem statement. As enshrined in the Children's Act 2005, actual Children's Act 2005 is the skeleton, is the, let me say, is the spinal cord or the working document of CPA. That's the document that we use like as a Quran or as a Bible. We use that document to guide our operations. So as enshrined in the 2005 part 1, that is in the preliminary part, in the interpretation section 2.1, subsection 1, a child is someone under the age of 18. This means that anyone under the age of 18, irrespective of their social, physical, and economic status, falls under the auspices of child protection. However, during our routine organizational capacity assessment at the secretariat level, because CPA is a secretariat actually, it's a secretariat for all the child protection, all child-led organizations, no, sorry, child protection or child advocacy organizations. So when we were reviewing when we were doing organizational capacity assessment, we came to realize that our strategic plan had not captured some key groups, like children living with HIV, children living with disabilities, children who are out of school, and those living with HIV/AIDS, and those in the juvenile prison. Much as we reach them through our structures, like, because if all the member organizations have different scope of operation, technically they reach them. We have like the Gambia Federation for the Disability, which is a member of CPA. They reach the children with disability. We have SOS that can reach to children who are more vulnerable, that cannot go to school. We have ISRA that reaches to children that are actually out of conventional school. They go to Majlis school. These are like religious schools. They learn religion. So technically, they are not in the conventional school, but they're in school. So we reach through them, but we had an oversight that in our strategic plan, we would not capture those groups. So it was actually, we are being exclusive. We are excluding them in our strategic plan. So therefore, to promote inclusivity in protecting the rights of children in the Gambia, CPA engaged the service of a consulting firm in 2003 to carry out a baseline study on children living with disabilities out of school, living with HIV, to better inform CPA programming. So, key points or findings. Based on the findings of the report, CPA has embarked on the review of its strategic plan to ensure inclusivity of all children in their scope of operation. Then inclusivity in child protection and child rights governance reduces vulnerability to a significant level. Furthermore, with inclusive approach in child protection, all children will absolutely enjoy their rights, especially the 4 fundamental pillars of child rights, such as non-discrimination, best interest of the child, the right to life, survival and development, and the right to participation. So inclusivity in our programming will ensure that no child is left behind, hence creating a brighter future for children. Recommendations. So in 2025 and beyond, CPA intends to advocate for mental health units in schools so as to cater for the rapidly increasing cases in the country. According to National Human Rights Commission, around 120 cases of mental disorder is happening, and 27,000 are considered as serious. Much as children have not been captured in this statistic, but definitely children are part of that, and they may be even victims. So we need to create a mental health unit in schools so that they can concentrate. CPA intends to embark on awareness creation initiatives in schools on how to handle people living with disabilities. CPA intends to engage the physical planning unit to ensure that during school construction, there should be a necessity and accessibility for people living with disabilities. CPA intends to advocate for the improved access to health facilities and services for children with disabilities. This includes ensuring that health care providers are trained to meet specific needs of disabled individuals. CPA intends to build the capacity of law enforcement and health officers on how to handle cases of children living with disabilities, and key populations. Conclusion. Child protection is a work in progress. Due to emerging issues and changing dynamics, the Child Protection Alliance will relentlessly ensure that children's rights are protected, rights are promoted, children are prevented from abuse, and children participate in decision-making on issues concerning them. Lastly, CPA will constantly engage all stakeholders and engage the government to ensure an enabling environment for child actors. In conclusion, not in conclusion, I will go with the word asante sana.
Merci, Monsieur Tibouni. Merci. Vous êtes le coordonnateur adjoint de la Child Protection Alliance, vous appelez CPA.
Alliance, sorry. And you are a federation, an organization which is in charge of the protection of the rights of the child. If I understand well, you receive support from UNICEF. So, you are going to review your strategic plan because you seem to have forgotten vulnerable children, and that's something excellent because if we want to have the Africa we want, nobody should be left by the side of the road, and you can count on the protocol on the rights of disabled persons to be of help to you. There are specific chapters on children living with disabilities, and you also have the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which is the authorized body for the protection of the rights of children. And I think it will be important to get in touch with this AU organ, this organ of the African Union. So you could respond to this question afterwards. I would like to know the relationship between you and the Ministry of Social Affairs in the Gambia. You can answer later. Now let me give the floor to to the chair of the Committee of Experts. Let me check your title. The chairperson of the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, who is, I need a bit of time, who is Mr. Almeida Adao Wilson. He doubles as the current chair of the platform AU-AGA. So, Chair, you have the floor to tell us about the situation of children in Africa. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Madam.
Muito obrigado.
Avec la permission de notre modérateur, honorable commissaire, je vais à présent aussi prendre la parole sur le sujet qui nous intéresse, la promotion de l'inclusion et la protection des groupes vulnérables pour un développement durable en Afrique, particulièrement les enfants. Avant d'aborder le sujet, et quand on parle d'inclusion et de développement durable, la première question qu'on se pose essentiellement, c'est celle-ci. Qu'est-ce que nous voulons quand nous parlons de l'avenir de l'Afrique? Quand on parle de développement durable, on parle d'abord
de réalisation de l'objectif de l'Union africaine. Depuis sa création de l'OUA plutôt en 1963 et qui est devenue l'actuelle Union africaine. Cependant, nous discutons de cette approche et de manière eurocentrique, si je puis m'exprimer ainsi. Le terme développement durable n'existait pas dans ce terme, mais il y a toujours eu en Afrique le fait qu'une société ne peut se développer que lorsqu'il y a l'harmonie et la cohésion sociale. Je me rappelle d'un proverbe africain qui nous dit que, en fait, c'est le village qui éduque l'enfant. Cela veut dire, entre autres significations, que les communautés africaines, très longtemps déjà, ont compris la nécessité de promouvoir une intégration harmonieuse de tous ses membres afin que les enfants soient promus. Et le principe qui est parti des communautés africaines, c'est retrouvé aussi dans nos instruments africains et qui a donné naissance au grand mouvement actuel des ODD. Et ce n'est pas, pas seulement limité à la participation des pays de l'Occident, mais est fortement enraciné dans notre société africaine. Nous avons le respect des droits de l'enfant dans nos chartes, dans notre charte, et nous les retrouvons également dans d'autres instruments, directement ou indirectement liés à la charte africaine sur les droits et le bien-être de l'enfant, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, et la charte des Nations unies sur les droits de l'enfant. Quand on regarde le document directeur de l'Union africaine en son programme 2063 et les ODD, et quand on regarde le thème sous discussion, tout cela souligne l'importance de l'équité et le fait de ne laisser personne en rade comme pilier essentiel d'intégration des personnes et de nos communautés respectives. Et au point 6 de l'agenda 2063, nous voulons des gouvernements qui assoient leur gouvernance sur la base des besoins des enfants, des femmes. Et de même, dans le document directeur de l'Union africaine, l'agenda 2026, déjà indique une conformité avec les principes du développement durable, en ce sens que les ODD mettent en place un certain nombre de lignes directrices et sont conformes aux principes fondamentaux de la réalisation des droits de l'enfant, à savoir l'éradication de la pauvreté, l'accès à une éducation de qualité, la promotion d'un monde de dignité qui réduit les inégalités, qui promeut la croissance. Et également la justice dans le cadre de la protection des enfants. Et également l'agenda 2040 des Nations Unies qui 2030 des Nations Unies qui renforce l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Nous essayons d'arriver à l'objectif d'une Afrique dont l'environnement est propice aux enfants, comment en faisant respecter leurs droits, l'enregistrement à la naissance, l'éducation, la protection sociale et la protection contre la violence, toute forme d'exploitation, aussi l'impact des conflits armés sur les enfants, les catastrophes naturelles, entre autres défis mentionnés dans ce document. Cela veut dire que d'un point de vue juridique et politique, Agenda 2063, les ODD et Agenda 2030 nous montrent que les droits humains et les droits des enfants sont fortement associés au développement durable, parce qu'on ne peut pas créer une société où il y a harmonie et développement durable sans que à la base de toutes les sociétés, nous mettons les enfants au centre de tout ce que nous faisons. Mesdames et messieurs, en dépit de toutes ces contraintes, ces défis et les instruments dont nous disposons, nous avons à faire face encore à des contraintes en ce qui concerne la réalisation des droits des enfants. Par conséquent, on ne peut pas atteindre les ODD, ou dans l'atteinte de ces ODD, nous voyons toujours qu'il y a un niveau élevé de pauvreté. Et ce qui veut dire que les enfants africains sont toujours et encore confrontés à des défis tels que l'accès à leurs besoins primaires, l'habitat, l'éducation, la scolarisation. En Afrique, il n'y a toujours pas un niveau adéquat de scolarisation des enfants, associé à d'autres défis, à la résurgence des conflits armés sur le continent, qui donc met en danger l'intégrité des enfants africains. D'autre part, nous sommes toujours face à des problèmes sérieux quant à la protection des groupes vulnérables, y compris les enfants. Et dans nombre de pays, nous voyons toujours qu'il y a des difficultés. Il y a un nombre important d'enfants qui se retrouvent dans le travail des enfants. Il y a beaucoup d'enfants encore dans nos rues. De même, afin d'atteindre les ODD, il faudrait qu'on réduise de manière... plutôt, il y a la réduction drastique de l'aide au développement. Nous avons vu depuis que la guerre d'Ukraine a commencé, il y a eu une réduction importante de l'aide dans les programmes de développement du continent, qui concerne également l'Union africaine. D'autre part, nous avons toujours des problèmes quant au manque de données, quant à l'accès aux informations fiables qui peuvent nous permettre d'élaborer des politiques publiques régionales afin d'assurer la pérennisation des politiques visant à protéger les enfants, vue d'atteindre les objectifs tels que garantis par les ODD. Alors, c'est pour cela que nous devons lancer un appel en vue d'améliorer les efforts engagés afin d'assurer un meilleur monde, un meilleur continent pour les enfants. Et au vu de toutes ces contraintes, le comité d'experts a élaboré, a entrepris des activités conjointes que nous pouvons rapporter ici. Et la production de rapports thématiques sur l'éducation, la santé, la participation des enfants, et également des budgets favorables aux enfants, le développement de la mise sur pied de groupes de travail qui mettent l'accent spécifiquement sur l'action et le développement durable, et le renforcement des travail de suivi dans les pays membres. Pour conclure, mesdames et messieurs, notre recommandation est celle-ci, c'est d'assurer la protection de l'enfant dans le cadre des objectifs de développement durable. Dans ce cadre, intégrer les droits des enfants dans l'ensemble des cadres de développement nationaux et nous en appelons et régionaux. Nous en appelons également aux États parties et aux OSC et de multiplier leurs enquêtes, les études sur les enfants afin qu'ils soient dans des conditions adéquates de promotion et de jouissance de leurs droits. Nous en appelons également au renforcement des systèmes de protection sociaux des enfants, aussi bien au niveau interne qu'au niveau des mécanismes de coopération entre les États. Et si les États et les pays, de manière constante, partagent les bonnes pratiques, on pourra mettre en place de bonnes politiques d'inclusion pour les enfants.
Donc, nous faisons un appel pour qu'on crée une société africaine qui considère les enfants, qui met les enfants à l'avant-garde. Et en conclusion, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique, jusqu'en 2050, 2040, sera constituée essentiellement d'enfants. Plus de la moitié de la population africaine, ce sont des enfants. Donc, lorsqu'on parle de développement durable, lorsqu'on parle des thèmes actuels, l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, l'usage des robots et d'autres méthodes, je pense qu'en parlant de cela, il faut qu'on lance un appel aux États pour qu'ils écoutent, pour qu'ils comprennent que le développement de l'Afrique ne peut se réaliser que lorsque tous les États auront placé les enfants comme priorité numéro 1. L'Afrique ne peut se développer que lorsque nous placerons l'homme, et en particulier les enfants, au cœur et comme priorité de toutes les politiques publiques. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You have painted a picture that is not so good of such a situation in Africa. You mentioned some certain things that had been brought up by UNICEF and the Child Protection Alliance by reminding us that the child is the future of Africa. And the child is the future of Africa, and African states need to be aware of this and ensure that the child becomes their major priority. We'd like to thank you. We've come to the end of presentations. I do not know if the audience has questions, but for those who would like to ask questions, please be specific. Put it to a specific panel member. I don't know how much time we've got, but very simple and precise questions, please. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor and ask their questions? I can't see very well. Maybe so you have to wave something so that that will enable me to see where you're seated. Do you have a microphone with you? Who is that? Can you introduce yourself? Can you please introduce yourself?
I have two questions. One is to the Honorable Janet Salah, and thank you for your presentation. But my question is that given the the always slow progress in getting women's rights at the center of any development agenda, should we maybe not make more efforts towards changing, and in a very dramatic way, the representation of women, because democracy is about representativity and proportionality. The numbers of women that are in political decision-making positions are always low. So is that maybe not a key towards actually getting change? And the second one is to Sir Almeida regarding children's rights. It's just about the status of the children of Africa regarding the way that the world is moving in terms of the fifth industrial revolution. And I'm just wondering whether in our planning and our focusing, are we also thinking about the role that can be played in order to protect African children from also more vulnerability from exploitation with the internet and the web, but also to enhance the potential for those technologies to improve also the future of the children. And the last one is that I'm just wondering that maybe, is it possible maybe in future to separate the subject matter on children from the subject matter on women, because while they are related, in terms of development, there are downsides to also dealing with the issues of children and women regarding the right to development as a block, if time permits. Thank you.
Merci.
Madam Chair, I'm going to give the floor to the Republic of Uganda. You have the floor, please, Uganda. Madam.
Honorable Chair, Dr. Marie-Louise Abombo, I just would like to first of all thank you for the way you've led that panel, and also for the selection of the people who have briefed us. I just want to concentrate on the issues of the IDPs, refugees, returnees, and probably the stateless persons. I would like to indicate that we have enough framework, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the OAU Convention on Refugees, and the UN Convention of Refugees, not forgetting the Kampala Convention. Your Excellencies, as we sit here today, there are people getting displaced. As we speak here today, there are children who are in the IDP and refugee camps. Yet the situation which is pertaining now is that even the little humanitarian assistance that we used to give them, both food and non-food items, are not forthcoming because of what you know is now taking place. I chaired the Committee on Refugees, Returnees, and IDPs of the African Union for 3 years. I think as we sit here, both the member states and partners should help us to think the way forward. Because if you see the humanitarian workers are being reduced at a very high level, the foods which are in some stores cannot be now taken to where the refugees are. The foods themselves in some areas are not there. Probably we should borrow from Uganda, our open door policy, where we allow the refugees to work, free movement, and also to integrate in the community. Because going forward, if we are to wait for what others will do, maybe the UN, other partners, we may have our people dying in those refugee camps. And the more difficult thing, Your Excellency Chair, is the internally displaced persons. Sometimes we forget about them. But when you go to those countries and you see the situation of life that they have, I think it's high time that we got connected, different fora that we have, especially under the AU and working with others, so that we work as a collective, not in silos. It worries me on what happens to them tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Oui, merci, merci Madame l'ambassadeur.
Now, Republic of Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just thought I would speak on behalf of prisoners on promoting inclusivity and development, promoting the rights of prisoners, and share in a few seconds the experience of Zimbabwe. We have really come up with a lot of programs for the prisoners. We have actually changed the stigmatizing words like prisoners, we call them inmates now, to promote inclusivity. We also call our prison officers, we now call them correctional officers. It's now ZPCS, Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Service. They do a lot of training in prison. They go to school, some of them graduate from prison. They do a lot of... So the whole essence of our prison services is now correctional, they are rehabilitating, and also they are integrating them back to society. They prepare them for the integration back to society. We have now what we call the parole system, which we are putting in place, and that will allow our inmates to do part of their sentence while they are in custody, and then they finish the other one while they are at home, to try and reintegrate them before they go back and join. If they do something that is not allowed, they can be taken back to prison. They go through a lot of courses like tailoring, bread making, agricultural courses, piggery, building, construction, and a lot more, electrical, mechanical. We had 83 who graduated last year with the assistance of a partner whom we partnered with. So what I wanted to simply say is we are doing quite a lot in trying to include them, to make sure that when they go back to society, they fit in well with their families. We also don't want them to come back to prison. We actually have seen that that process works, because when they go forever, because they are able to do their work. Some go and start businesses from the courses that they will have learned while they are in custody. We could do more, but for resources. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Merci. Je crois que tout cela fera énormément plaisir à Madame la commissaire Maria. J'espère qu'elle est en ligne.
Yeah, I hope she's online. If she's not online, I'll be grateful if you can submit your presentation to the Secretariat and to answer, because she wanted that states should take part in the study undertaken by the African Commission. If your country can accept to take part in this study, she will be glad. Thank you very much. Is there any country on this side, any state representative, any member state? I can't see very well. I don't know what's happening on this other side, but I'm going to give the floor to Madam Commissioner Selma, who's the special rapporteur on refugees, stateless people, IDPs. I hope that she will come in and probably to answer the question put by the delegate from Uganda. You have the floor, madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also in charge of migrants in Africa. Madam Chair, for the first time, I'm taking the floor during this 83rd ordinary session of the Commission. I would like, in turn, to join my colleague commissioners to bid a warm welcome to all the honorable delegates that represent member states, representatives of international and regional organizations, human rights commissions, and civil society that are supporting us here today. Madam Chair, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We cannot hear any longer. Can something be done about this? Should I continue? Is it okay now? Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me to congratulate you as well as the panelists for the enriching inputs that you have made. This session, Madam Chair, was devoted to the promotion of inclusiveness in development of vulnerable persons, especially prisoners, people living with disabilities and so forth. You talked about children, you mentioned detainees, women. Since, just like the ambassador from Uganda said, we cannot mention vulnerable groups without specifically mention millions of African refugees, IDPs, and stateless persons. The people who we don't have the right to abandon if we want to build, like you recalled, Madam Chair, the Africa that we want. Despite their great resilience, these millions of stateless people and IDPs are deprived of land, assistance, solidarity, mechanisms that do not allow them to live in dignity, mechanisms that that are not sustainable mechanisms. Should I continue? Is there a problem with the sound? Mechanisms that give the impression to these millions of people as burdens of the host societies. However, these millions of refugees and IDPs and stateless persons only want to be active stakeholders in societies. They only want to live in dignity, rebuild their lives, and also participate, share their know-how, and satisfy their needs. They simply want to be autonomous. And this cannot happen, Madam Chair, if they are not effectively included in development systems in Africa. And I would like to seize this opportunity to remind or recall that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted resolution 565 on the inclusiveness of IDPs, people, and also seize this opportunity to invite all states that are here present, as well as the other stakeholders, to implement this resolution so that they can be operationalized and nobody will be left behind. Thank you, Madam Chair. You have the floor again. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Your intervention is very relevant. That is what was planned, and that is what underscores the cross-cutting nature of this issue of sustainable development. I must admit, however, that there was an echo when you were speaking. That's why I would like to ask, I said, you who are our experts on refugee and stateless issues, stateless persons issues, I wanted to find out if you answered the question of Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor. Over to my left. I first would like to thank the gentleman who gave his seat for me. Madam Chair, I'd like to congratulate the members of the African Commission for having set up this joint special mechanism forum as a new framework for constructive dialogue. From a personal standpoint, I really appreciate this initiative. As the member of your panel, one of the members of your panel actually mentioned the challenges of reintegration of prisoners. I'd like to draw your attention to a specific case of political prisoners on the fact that in certain cases they are never really reintegrated into their society after they've left prison. They're still monitored, they're still judicially harassed. There are hurdles on their way to prevent them from finding jobs, and they are prohibited from leaving the national territory. That's in the case of political prisoners in Algeria. I would also like to draw your attention to another issue. Excuse me, sorry. So on another issue, on a vulnerable group that wasn't mentioned in your panel, that of the indigenous peoples, and the issue of their participation in the African Commission deliberations, to come here and dialogue with you. Representatives of the indigenous peoples are obliged to register as NGOs and not as representatives of their peoples. Yet the indigenous populations in Africa are people in their own right, as recognized globally. African states have actually adopted the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and by so doing, the indigenous peoples in Africa are protected under this African Charter, just like the other peoples, on account of Article 19, 20, and 22. So I'd like to invite and urge the African Commission to examine urgently the possibility of the representatives of indigenous people to register and take part in the next session of the African Commission as indigenous peoples and not as NGOs. That has been the case in the United Nations for some time, and it should be possible here in Africa as well. Let us be inclusive and let us leave anybody behind. I'd like to suggest finally that the theme or topic of indigenous peoples should be a topic in its own right in the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Belkacem. We have heard the Commissioner Lita, who's the chair of the working group on the rights of indigenous populations. I hope you heard that, and I hope she will take the necessary measures to ensure that happens. Thank you. We're going to start answering questions. There were two questions that were put to the chair of the committee. I don't know if we have time to take more questions. I'm afraid we no longer have time for more questions. That's what she's telling me. Honorable Commissioner Atem, you are creating disorder in my panel, or on my panel. The hall is witness to the harassment that I am I'm subjected to by by the neighbor to my right. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. So I just like to express my gratitude for this constructive dialogue framework. I think in two interventions, the importance of data was mentioned. UNICEF actually recalled it in its report in 2013, and the importance of disaggregated data to protect children. To speak the inventory of data that assesses the coverage and the opening of official statistics of countries mentioned the list in Africa, Morocco 17, Niger 67, Burundi 66, Cameroon 65, Cote d'Ivoire 62, Kenya 61 on 100. My question is, what are the efforts that are being made for more opening for disaggregated data to protect children and for better coverage on the entire African continent? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am trying to imagine, because I didn't really hear everything that you were saying. You were not very, you were very fast, but I think your question goes to UNICEF. Right, that's right. Mrs. Tida, I hope you heard what the question that she put, and that you'll be able to answer it. And now the floor goes to the various panelists so that it can answer all the questions and concerns that were expressed by the audience. Mr. Chair, I'd like to start with you.
Been doing is trying to develop a study, then a joint comment regarding how to protect children in virtual world. And what we know today is technology gives us opportunity, but also is a threat for children. The best way to protect children in these issues and all the issues start with the educations. We cannot protect children of the virtual world without having a good education starting in home. We need to redevelop the main African values regarding the importance of the family. This is why I stated that there is an African proverb who say that everyone creates a children, and we need to develop education, but education according good values, because if we educate according only Western values or African values, no, we have to educate according good values. But also, it's very important, and this is the issue that has been raised since last years. It was the year of the educations, that we need to improve the quality of education. Right now, China and USA are starting to learn to teach AI for the children, for the beginning, 6 years they are learning AI. This is the future of the world. And this is something that member states cannot avoid. We have to look at the educations in a different way that we can prepare the African children for the futures. Because if we don't do this, most of African children will face many challenges. They won't get jobs because robots are doing most of human work. We don't get companies, and we don't develop African countries. This is why I would like kindly to raise again these questions, because we need to improve the educations in Africa for African children, for African youth, but not only educations, quality educations that follow the trends of the current world. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vais passer la parole à Madame Tida.
Mrs. Tida,
Vice-président a des questions.
Vice Chair has questions that were put to her by the representative of the Human Rights Commission of Zimbabwe. Mrs. Tida, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I got the question on the data, the question that touches on data. And as she rightly mentions, data is actually quite important, because for us in UNICEF, we have shifted to evidence-based programming and advocacy, which is very much largely dependent on the availability of data. And the way we support governments in this area is mostly through strengthening the administrative data of institutions. We also have surveys that are done. For example, we have the multiple indicator survey, the mix, that is done regularly in most countries, and this is supported by UNICEF. But we equally are accelerating digitalization in countries, supporting governments and working with them for a more effective collection and analysis of data. So indeed, data is very important, and it is a key area of focus for us. Madam Moderator, you mentioned another question. I'm not sure I've noted that down, but if it is something that has been noted by you or any of the panel members, or if the questioner can repeat the question, it would be appreciated. Because most of the interventions, I just noted them as comments, but I didn't really get the specific question for UNICEF. Thank you.
Alors, vous aviez une question sur les données et vous avez une question de ma part, vos rapports avec le comité. Les rapports de l'UNICEF avec le comité.
So for the committee is a group of independent experts that are mandated by the UN, and they mostly monitor implementation of the CRC by the state parties. And UNICEF generally supports state parties in preparations of these reports. And we also work with the committees on recommendations in relation to child rights generally. So the committee is a group of independent experts at the level of the UN, and their main function is to monitor the implementation of the CRC by the state parties, and we work with these states.
Merci. Je crois, Monsieur.
Ms. Atibuni, you don't have, there was no any question for you. Madam Vice Chair? Madam Vice Chair, if you're online.
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me, Commissioner Abomo?
D'accord. Très bien, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner and Madam Moderator, for giving me the floor to respond to the question raised by the Human Rights Commission of Zimbabwe. If I recall very well, it related to the issue of the fact that, considering the fact that progress is very slow in terms of including women in some of the areas that I highlighted in terms of education, healthcare, etc. Will it not be useful to also focus on women's participation in decision making to ensure that they sit at the table to take decisions? I cannot agree with you more. It is very crucial that women should participate in decision making, and it is essential for achieving inclusive sustainable development. Because it's been established, as has been highlighted by some of the country reports that we had earlier in the session, in terms of, for example, a country like Tanzania, where we have a woman leader, that when women are involved in decision making at the highest level, they prioritize and emphasize equity, education, health, and community well-being. So I think this is very important. So I must say I just agree with you, and it is important. But all is not gloom and doom, as we know that the number of women at the highest level is not very high. It's not where we want it. But then there might be a silver lining at the horizon, because we celebrate recently the election of a woman as president in Namibia, and we're hoping that with that election and with everything that has happened in terms of having a woman, a vice president, and a speaker, and so many women, a 50-50 cabinet, and we were hoping to see a lot of progress. I think Rwanda is also another example of where you have women at the highest level, you find that things move. So I will just reiterate that I agree with you. You also raised the issue of whether it would not have been useful to separate the panel, to separate the women from children. Yes, while these are two big constituencies, but also when it comes to women's rights, we have what we call the continuum of violations, because rights that elderly women find themselves confronted with, you find that this occur at a very early stage. So it's a continuation of violation from a girl child to a woman. That's why in the Maputo Protocol, the woman is actually defined to include the girl child, because you cannot separate the two. So this is just the feedback I would like to give you. But just to thank you very much for your contribution and for all the contributions that came from the floor. This has been very useful. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I hope I've responded to the question.
Merci, Madame la Vice.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll give the floor to Mr. Atiboni to respond to the question that was directed towards him. Mr. Atiboni, you have the floor.
And social welfare, Department of Social Welfare. Actually, when CPA was formed in 2021, they signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the Department of Social Welfare, which is now under a ministry called Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. So we collaborate. The MOU was for us to collaborate with government, comprehend government efforts in issue of child protection in the Gambia. For example, since then, we worked together. For example, there was a case when 82 children died in Gambia here because of drugs that were, I think, not good for them. So the government had to institute a commission of inquiry. Department of Social made sure that CPA sat in the Department of Inquiry, and CPA contributed in that panel. Recently, the government was invited to New York to go to the UN. They gave a ticket for CPA to go with them. So when the government responded to the conclusive observations of the UNCRC, they communicated to CPA, so that CPA spearheaded the CSO supplementary report. So the relationship, I may say, is so close.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Atiboni. Nous sommes arrivés au terme de notre panel. Je voudrais remercier chacun des panélistes.
Thank all the members of the panel who have taken the floor here. I would also like to thank the assistant to all those who listened to our message here. Let me also thank the moderator for the time that was given to us. As we say, where I come from, we'll start going now. And thank you all. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. It has been a long day, and the next session will be deferred till tomorrow, and we'll be discussing important issues. We didn't want to deal with it very quickly, so I hope you'll all be there tomorrow very early, so that we'll discuss something which is very important to us, human dignity. And I wish you all a wonderful evening, and thank you for your attention tomorrow.